El término Space Domain Awareness, también conocido como conciencia del dominio espacial, es esencial para resguardar la seguridad y la eficiencia de las operaciones espaciales. Este concepto se refiere a la habilidad de monitorear y comprender el entorno espacial, incluyendo la posición, velocidad y movimientos de los objetos en órbita alrededor de la Tierra. Esto mediante la identificación, caracterización y entendimiento de cualquier factor asociado al dominio del espacio que pueda afectar o impactar las operaciones espaciales de un país. La actividad humana en el espacio está en su punto más alto, con más satélites, misiones y basura espacial que nunca. Sin una adecuada conciencia del espacio, corremos el riesgo de colisiones catastróficas y conflictos potenciales, lo que pudiese traer consecuencias para distintas naciones. Además, es importante destacar que el espacio es un recurso compartido y la colaboración entre naciones es esencial para mantener un entorno espacial seguro y sostenible. Es por esto que varios países han tomado la iniciativa de capacitar y entrenar a otros, con el fin de contar con la cooperación internacional en el cuidado del espacio. Es en este contexto que el Grupo de Operaciones Espaciales ha intentado ser partícipe en esta área y actualmente busca convertirla en una parte esencial de la organización. El GOE ha participado en ejercicios internacionales de manera presencial y virtual que involucran la conciencia del dominio espacial, por ejemplo, SACTI o Panamá, y también ha realizado experimentos con organizaciones amigas para implementar los conocimientos del área. Asimismo, hemos capacitado a personal en el área de SDA mediante cursos en el extranjero y estamos en proceso de continuar con la adquisición de conocimientos, con la experimentación y el trabajo colaborativo.
Buenos días. Fidae y el equipo organizador del Space Summit 2024 les da la más cordial bienvenida a su tercera edición. En este evento contaremos con reconocidos exponentes del ámbito espacial, nacional e internacional. También queremos reconocer el gran trabajo y apoyo de nuestros coorganizadores, así como de las unidades participantes y expositoras. Por último, los invitamos cordialmente a revisar el programa publicado en nuestro sitio web y a ser partícipes de esta experiencia espacial. Bienvenidos.
Bienvenidos a la Feria Internacional del Aire del Espacio 2024. Solicitamos a los asistentes mantener sus celulares apagados o en modo silencio y considerar la siguiente información que tiene como propósito indicarles cómo actuar en caso de emergencia. Mantenga la calma en todo momento. Identifique las vías de evacuación y salidas de emergencia. No obstruya con sus pertenencias u otros objetos las vías de evacuación y salidas de emergencia. Respeta a las personas que se encuentran a su alrededor. Apoya a los adultos mayores y personas con movilidad reducida. Colabore con el personal de seguridad si se le requiere. El Hall A, donde se encuentra la sala de conferencias, cuenta con las siguientes salidas de emergencia. 2 accesos principales que se indican con las flechas de color negro. 3 salidas de emergencia que se indican de color verde dirigiéndose de la losa estática a la zona de seguridad. Tenga en consideración que en las instalaciones de este hall se encuentra prohibido fumar. Para que esta Fidae 2024 la disfrutemos todos, siga todas nuestras recomendaciones.
Los invitamos a todos a utilizar sus audífonos para dar comienzo a Fidae Space Summit 2024. La tercera edición de la Cumbre Espacial de Fidae representa un punto de encuentro para la comunidad espacial nacional e internacional, incluyendo diversos sectores, ámbitos y organizaciones vinculadas al Sistema Nacional Espacial de Chile y al Programa Espacial Nacional. Este programa propicia a través de una aproximación multisectorial e interdisciplinaria la incorporación del espacio como recurso y factor esencial para el desarrollo nacional, creando valor público mediante el desarrollo de tecnologías y la generación de conocimiento. Estos elementos, junto con la reducción de la brecha digital y tecnológica, contribuyen al aumento de la calidad de vida de las personas y la seguridad de la población. Además, facilitan la transición hacia una estructura económica digitalmente sostenible a nivel nacional. Esta tercera cumbre reunirá a líderes de la industria espacial nacional e internacional, agencias espaciales, empresas, gerentes de programas espaciales, expertos, científicos, académicos y estudiantes, ofreciendo un espacio público para la vinculación, intercambio de conocimientos y cooperación a través de la implementación de programas espaciales bilaterales y multilaterales, así como de iniciativas que permitan aportar de manera conjunta y sinérgica al sistema espacial internacional y a través de este al desarrollo de los países que lo conforman.
En nuestro universo amplio y misterioso hay un lugar donde la humanidad ha extendido su mirada y sus manos, el espacio. En el corazón de esta inmensidad orbitan a nuestra Tierra lo que son nuestros ojos y oídos, los satélites de comunicaciones. Estos son testigos silenciosos de nuestro progreso, facilitando la conexión global y permitiendo que nuestras voces se escuchen en los rincones más remotos de nuestro planeta. Gracias a ellos es que nuestra sociedad se encuentra cada vez más interconectada, ya que es posible establecer redes para las distintas áreas que permiten el funcionamiento de la sociedad tal y como
society to work just like we know it nowadays. The outer space is what allows us to interact with media and telecommunications, which has been fundamental for our daily life. For example, the access to internet, communication through cell phones, or even the possibility to be able to locate ourselves in any place in the earth. In our case, for our countries, we can still find areas where there is no technology, which creates a gap, digital gap, between different regions in Chile, especially.
En este contexto, y para atender a esta necesidad del país, los satélites de comunicaciones desempeñan un papel crucial, ya que son la columna vertebral de nuestra
why it is the vertebral column. ¿Me escucha?
en los rincones más
In the further corners of our country, of our planet. On the other hand, satellites have also an important role defending our Earth in crisis or natural disasters. Its presence allows us to face any challenges without the source of it. That's why it is important to be important when facing artificial and natural threats in space. That's why we have the conscience of special domain, which will protect areas that allows us to have information and opportunity. It is essential to have a clear view that allows us to be conscious and prepare while facing any threats that can be created in the external space. In this Congress, we will explore how the special areas allows us to give more opportunities that are here linked to satellite communication and in the conscience of spatial domain. Today, we will have conferences regarding spatial systems, projections, and opportunities. Well, then we have 3 presentations, one about satellite communication, the other one about conscience of spatial domain, and also promoting talent. Now, following, we will present the people that will present, Cristian Valenzuela and Isis Casas del Valle. Cristian Valenzuela has a podcast that looks to show the participation of Latin people in the spatial area through interviews that shows motivations and the trajectory that they have gone through to get where they are. He also collaborates with Spatio Australis Foundation that has an objective of promoting science, technology, and spatial applications. Also, Cristian is part of the Chilean Space Hub Directory. It is a community that is a meeting point for students, public and private entities, professionals, and people that love space. On the other hand, Isis Casa del Valle is a lawyer of Universidad de los Andes. She has specialty in the spatial and aerial rights and also of commercial space. She's alumni of the International Space University. She has a master's in business management from S Business School. And she is a candidate for doctorate of spatial rights with a focus on dark skies and focus in Amsterdam. She is a consultant in spatial rights, just like public relations and communications on spatial rights. She has worked with a lot of important organizations like European Student Observatory. She's also a regional coordinator for South America for Space Generation, Abysser Constant. She is a member of the United Nations, and she is a professor of international and public rights in several universities in the world. Isi is the first Chilean that has won an award for American Space League with the International American Federation, and also has won several awards in Universidad de los Andes. And without further ado, we will leave you then the floor with these people, Cristian Valenzuela and Isis Casas del Valle.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 3rd version of Space Summit in Fidae 2024. It's an honor for us to have you here. And it is an honor to present each of the speakers that we have today, exposing their point of view regarding space. It is an honor to open this event where we will see this perspective and the horizons that is offered to us by the external space. And we thank you for being here, all of the participants and the people that will present and the people expert in the subject. It is very important that you're here to be able to enrich our debates and also to explore the innovations that are transforming the spatial environment. Today we will enter a world of discovery, technological advances, and international collaborations that is going to mold the present and the future of the spatial world. And we have the privilege to listen to people who are specialized, and they will share their knowledge and perspective on different subjects regarding space. Once again, in the name of the summit, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you for your trust and support to make this summit possible and also to be committed to the space world. So now we open up the summit where we'll see very important subjects regarding satellite communications, the importance of the domain and the space conscience, and human potential through the promotion of talent in the area. So to follow, we will present you the agenda for today. In the agenda, we have different presentations from SATCOM with the coffee break, and then more conferences, lunch break, and then we'll have another set of conferences where we promote talent in the area. So to start the seminar, will present you the General of Aero Brigade, Luis Saez Colantes. He will give a speech to open up the summit. Good morning. Thank you for having accepted the invitation to participate in this third summit. In this subject that we have today regarding the different alternatives offered by different space systems, is mainly linked to communications, launches, and space domain awareness. So I want to thank you and also to invite you and challenge you, because one of the objectives that we have in this session is to continue to draw the future of our country. We have the conviction that the space program in Chile is a very important journey that will allow us to be a more developed country in this route. And we have to design this path and build it. That's why we thank the authorities and the Subsecretary of Transport and Telecommunications for being here, because they have a direct link with this area. The invitation is to see what are their capabilities as a country to be able to invest in telecommunications, the launches of space systems, and the area of vigilance of our space. So there's presence of the state, and we create a public value given to the people. This public value has to have an impact in the daily life of each one of these people to improve their quality of life and give them more safety, better opportunities to develop themselves. In the context of space industry, more around 80% are oriented to telecommunications. That's why now there's a lot of people here from this area. That's why, and we are also aware of the role of the state. As a state, we have to give certain conditions that allows this development. That's why the base of this program has to go through the public-private collaboration. That's why I leave this invitation. Let us dream, let us draw our future, let us create it and build it with the businesses, with the universities, and we do it in collaboration with the organizations of the state. We are in charge of promoting and giving and allowing that these changes and development happens. If this space program were a plane, it should have at least 2 motors. One of them is this one, is the link and the international collaboration and multilateral collaboration, public-private collaboration. Without this program is too public, not efficient, and difficult to sustain in the long run. And here we have Professor Lopez. He knows more about this subject. That's why we talk about space economy, because this efficiency, this is what we have to build and is going to be the basis of this capacity, is the other motor of this plane, that we could call it even a spaceship, since we're talking about space, is the region of our country, because this cannot be a centralized program. This has to be a program where the regions of our country has a very important gift, a participation that is relevant in this design and this implementation, the creation of capacity. That's why the invitation is to dream, but be realistic, to dream and have a strategic vision for the long run, because we cannot think that these are capacities that are going to be created from one day to another. What are the capacities that the country needs? What are the areas where we can have competition or be efficient? Because without efficiency, this is not going to be possible. One of the main objectives of the space program is to make this competition achieve and reach the regions, the region of Biobío, Antofagasta, and Punta Arenas, where we hope to have 3 space centers. And to finish up, I would like to thank also these moderators that are here with us today that are going to make today's journey that a very pleasant one. And I thank the presence of each one of you. And I ask you specifically to please be here with us in this dream. Help us with this design and be part of the team, because it is our task as a country to make it happen. And finally, one of these benefits are not going to be for us, it's going to be for our children and our grandchildren. And we have to build this country with a long-term point of view. This is the point of view that I ask you to have in a pragmatic way, in a very strategic way today in our journey. Thank you very much for being here.
Le agradecemos las sabias palabras.
Thank you for your wise words. The first presentation is going to be of Mr. Claudio Araya San Martin with the presentation National Satellite System for Communications. The Subsecretary of Telecommunications, Mr. Claudio Araya San Martin, he's a civil engineer in electronics of the Technical University Federico Santa Maria, has a master's in information technology through the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, and he has more than 30 years experience in the development of technological projects for telecommunications. He has developed, especially in telecommunications, talking about new technologies for transmitting data, information safety, and technological infrastructure. He was the professional and counselor for telecommunications of Subsecretary for telecommunications. So here we leave the floor with Mr. Claudio Araya San Martin, the Subsecretary of Telecommunications. Thank you very much.
¿Escucha? Sí, perfecto. Es raro esto que andemos todos con las orejitas, ¿no? Entonces uno esperaría escuchar ruido ambiente.
I'm sorry, I was not expecting the noise of the environment. And I wanted to tell you a little bit what is the vision from the state. I want to gather what was said before. We need to have we need to be allowed to dream. We talked about.
Y quizás un lugar común que me gusta mucho decir es.
And probably our satellite. It's not going to be the best technology-wise. But don't forget that NASA invented it, developing technology, installing capacities, human knowledge has collateral effect. So the invitation to the cadets is what do you invite in the 21st century? We are going to develop a first level infrastructure to be able to develop electronics, to be able to develop a launching base, to be able to develop the whole software. There are more things to be invented still, and we don't know what is going to happen for the 21st century, but we know that we're going to generate the conditions to be able to develop them from Chile. Can you please move the slides? I don't know. When we talk about the state point of view, the truth is that it is hard to start at something after what happened 5 years ago. 5 years ago, nobody knew what Starlink was. And the satellite communications had a characteristic of being slow, generate a lot of improbable 1,000 seconds per mile chip, and it was expensive, very expensive, $300 million, and another $300 to install it. So it was millions of dollars to be able to put a satellite that had a reduced capacity anyway. And then Starlink arrived. Starlink changed everything. It changed paradigm. First, we left what was classic from geo and went to low orbit. What does low orbit means? It means more inconsistency, so applications can work better, specifically the machine-to-machine apps, and also the broadband, because before this was for the whole continent, so the C or broadband or QA was for the whole of the people working in the South Cone. But now when you are more specific in an area, it's the same spectrum, and you can use it 100 times if you want. That's why we have satellite offers with the 100 megabytes per second. With the geo, this was not possible. This changed everything. When this changed things, it made the objective of developing our own satellite for telecommunications harder, because before this has an economical sense to be able to be a competition to the other ones, but this is going to cost a lot of money and resources. We will spend a lot of time in this. Not long ago, I had the opportunity to speak with Pedro Dutti. He's a Spanish astronaut that is also president of the EPASAC business enterprise, and he said, what you want to do is very nice, but I tell you that Spain is where Spain is right now because they started this 30 years ago. Many of us that are here are not going to be here when we're going to see the results of the seeds we have planted. So many of us won't be here, but nothing is going to happen if we don't launch it now, if we don't start it now or plant it now. So the more we start doing now, the further we're going to be able to harvest. And what we don't have is sovereignty over these solutions. If you see in the media, there's a lot of comment of the humor of Elon Musk. But if Elon Musk just out of the blue says Chile is not a good country for the service, he has the capacity to just turn off the internet and we have no service. So how long are we going to depend on this? When we depend on institution, he has tools, he has strength and power. When we depend only one person, then things are much more complicated. And if I talk with somebody from SpaceX, they're going to say, no, we're very serious business. We're not going to turn off the transporter. So, but this is what I want to say to you. How long are we going to depend on people from this point of view? What we could have so it's sovereignty. So we need to think, where do we need the sovereignty?
¿Cómo conectamos?
Critical infrastructure. When do we connect since we have a remote control and we have a view of what happens in the hydroelectric dams and the high tension lines and all of the critical infrastructure for the functionality of the country. So we have a lot of work in different areas. I just want to say that we have a huge issue here that has to do with price. This is very good news because my job is that I need to connect people, and we have connection in all of the national territory because the solution means that we can put a kit Starlink or HughesNet or OneWeb and soon of Amazon. The solution is there. The connectivity is already resolved. What this just generate is only a price barrier, because we know that the kit, Starlink kit, requires around $300 per month of income. Any solution that we choose, we need to know that this is the basic price. Therefore, it is harder to justify it financially. Not impossible, but it's more complex. This is one of the challenges that we have, and what we're going to talk about this afternoon has to do with the commercial models that makes a solution more viable for us. So now everything gets more interesting. Why? There's a friend of mine that says that the catastrophes choose Chile every 10 years. And he's right. When we're not occupied with summer's fires, we're occupied with the floods of winter. If nothing happens, don't worry, because an earthquake is coming. This is how is Chile. So therefore, when we manage emergencies and crises, we always have challenges. And we could see
La vulnerabilidad de las redes terrestres. Porque las redes terrestres en general,
the vulnerability of the terrestrial area flows, because we need connections when we're going through a crisis, and that is fine. Either it works well in the nucleus of the networks. When we go outside, then that's not as easy, because we don't have income to have energy autonomy, for example, in a place that needs 200 houses in an emergency to have electricity. So when we cut it and they don't have electricity, these 200 houses don't have signal, don't have electricity, and when the message SAE appears for an emergency, they don't receive it. So the capacity of this technology to save lives, for example, through emergency evacuation messages, we can see that it's compromised by the vulnerability of the network that we have for the region. So here, satellite connection is an opportunity in Chile. We have a huge opportunity here, because the satellites is not going to be impacted by any hazards, of course, by earthquake, floods, or fires. Therefore, we need results beyond the hazards that might happen inland. So this is work for you guys. I'm just going to put the challenges and put it forth for you guys, but you need to find a solution. We need to think, for example, on things that are already being worked on, satellites, satellite connection directly to the phone. How do we make a message side to go from the satellite directly to the phone of the people, directly to the television or the radio of the people? We have technical challenges here. Technology allows it, but they're not designed yet. We have work here that needs to be done. How do we do to monitor the conditions that can be or dominate a place? I was talking with a professor of Universidad de Chile, and they're in the internet, IOS, Internet of Things for satellites. And he talked about what type of sensors we can have in a low orbit satellite that allows us to monitor, for example, the conditions of accumulations of a river, for example, that is going to generate a flood. If I can monitor it through satellite images in a process that can be online, not in a minute, but in a few hours, I can take measures to prevent this flood. And if I cannot dominate the flood, then to evacuate the area, right? So we need a simulation software that will show us the areas that are going to be affected if this flood happens. There's another challenge, that how do we have the prevention of having a hazard in an area? How do we monitor, for example, with thermal cameras? With the fires, what happens? The firefighters work during the night and the day, and contain during the night. They cannot go fight the fire during the night. That's why we wake up in the morning really stressed, because we don't know where the fire went during the night, because we can fight it during the night. What was the direction of the wind? What were the conditions? More biomass, more fuel. If we had thermal photographs that allows us to know where the fire is going towards during the night, the firefighters would be there to fight the fire where it is needed. This is another formula. With the thermal camera that has to be located in a specific area, we can avoid emergencies. We have a lot of paths here that will allow our country to be more resilient. Let's not be stuck or paralyzed when there is an earthquake, a flood, or a fire. And we are limited with our imagination here. We have no more limit than that. The type of sensors we can have, the type of conditions, these are material, resistance, and weight. Having these two things covered, any condition can be on a low orbit satellite. So what are the uses that we have with these type of sensors? This is what we need to think about now. Another area where we have a lot of work to do is the citizenship safety. We understand that the United States is advanced. For example, they can detect illegal plantation with satellite or aerial photographs of illegal plantations, or we can detect suspicious movements in our waters, for example, in the frontier, for example, through the observation on the sky. This is what we were looking for when we look for satellite solutions. We have a lot to do in this area also. Of course, we have communications here. You guys know more about this than I. The military communications, the use of different bands to be able to have communication on site when we need the army to move around. And here we have a tool that doesn't depend on the emergency, that allows us to move forth because it's going to continue to operate independent of emergency or not on land. So we have a few challenges here, but like I said, you guys know this better than I just want to say that from the point of view of civil society and the state administration, we have a lot to give to you from this development towards public safety as well. And the truth is that I don't want to talk about any other type of applications of the classic type of applications that we have for this. What I want to do is to show you the type of challenges that I think we're going to face. A challenge has to do with the fact that we're going to build these space centers, and in the space centers we're going to have clean rooms, or we're going to have electronic development of first world class level. And who's going to do this development? Who's going to train the developers? What are going to generate as technology or jobs? Because we don't have any limits to what we can create. And once again, the only limit is going to be our imagination. You're going to have the tool to be able to create things from scratch or from pilot projects or to better other technologies that are already there. And maybe these solutions have nothing to do with what we have in mind. Probably we have solutions that are not going to be thermal cameras or communication systems. I don't know what can come up. It's very good that we don't know what can pop up, because at the end of the day, what we look for with this is when we develop countries, when we have the capacities, when we have the power of having first world class level development, these comes up from the imagination of the needs. How do you detect a problem that nobody else saw? And through a circuit, through a software, the problem is going to be resolved. This is what should start to happen when we can see that these space centers are implemented. There are many things in space. At night, when you're bored, go out to your garden, look up at the sky, and ask yourselves, what is missing for us to do mining in Mars? Because these subjects are going to pop up. There are projects of going to get an asteroid and getting its content in copper or gold. What is missing for us to do mining in Mars or in the moon? Because Mars is further. What is missing for us to be able to do that? We could say resources, but we have an asteroid full of resources like gold and copper. We have it. The only thing that is missing is starting to work on it. And the powerful thing of this initiative is for us to get started. What do we have in the next 30 years? We don't know. Very good that we don't know, but in 30 years from now, we can be reaching to satellites. We can send spacecraft to get mining material from an asteroid or from a moon, maybe developing telepathy in a systemic way. I don't know. And it's very good to not know, because this job is for the cadets. I'm sorry, the rest of you, the rest of us, we're older. We're not going to be there for the cadets. Don't limit yourselves at all. There are no limits. The limits are in the imagination. When we have the tools, when we create space centers, and when we can create software and whatever we want, material science, there is no limit as to what we can create. That's all I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Undersecretary, and thanks very much for this talk and having this level of experience telling us about this satellite system. Now we're going to start with Mr. Guillermo Cifuentes' presentation, Orbitas and Satcom Solutions. Guillermo Cifuentes Benimelis is a civil engineer, electrical from the University of Chile, And with some studies from 1979, starting in that year, with more than 4 decades of experience in Intel, has been leading several positions in the task as a specialist in satellite networks from 2012 until the current date. All his experience includes a wide range of projects, satellites in positions, and the implementation of avant-garde as well as 5G, introducing his capacity to adapt and guide a technological surrounding in a constant evolution. Also, at the same time, his commitment with the Academy is reflected in the tasks as teacher of the University of Chile during more than 3 decades. With a wonderful time in Intel, with strategic and other experiences, Guillermo has contributed to the development and implementation of infrastructures of satellites areas in Chile and beyond, and all over the years has guided key areas, raising the digitalization of the satellites until the migration of emerging activities as 5G. His technical vision and strategic vision have been essential for the digital era, and his commitment of the training with the new evolutions, engineering, and for the academic ideas. And so now we leave the floor to Mr. Guillermo. Thank you so much. It's an honor for me to have received the invitation from the General Science to discuss everything that has been done. I have been doing for more than 47 years in the company of Entel. And without further delay, I'm going to try to go fast and talk about the orbits and solutions and satellites and communication. Okay, perfect. Now, thank you so much. Now we're going to review a small agenda, and we have been now in the 2024 with Intel this long. With the renaissance of the satellite systems, we're going to talk about orbits, constellations, and understanding a bit what are the GEO, the MEO, the LEO. This is a specific technical language, and the coverages that we have concerning these technologies, and also the new operators, satellite operators, that Claudio has already told us about. We already know some information about this. And specifically for us is something wonderful to be able to get to some faraway areas as Rapa Nui, which are these 60 years of Renaissance and history. We started in 1964 with the creation of Entel to unite the telecommunication for every country that was damaged by the earthquake of 1960 in Valdivia. 4 years later, we installed the first satellite facility to give international traffic to Golongo-Bilo. 1968, 1970, I had the honor to install myself the first satellite antenna of Rapa Nui, Pascuan Island, and to integrate the island. That was very emotional. And then in the milestone list, the increase of traffic, and we put some more antennas and this optic fiber to compete with the international systems. That was so in such a level that in the year 2010, the national system of Entel went well over the 1,500 stations of the Visa type, very small antenna terminal in the rural locations. And then in the year 2015, 25 years later, after having installed the antenna in the Pascuan Island, in the Eastern Island, we installed the very first technology with satellite installations, spatial installation of half orbit, MEO, and reaching speeds of 200 megabytes per second. And also the 3 last lines that are for the 2021, we started exploring the LEO systems. And last year, in September last year, we put the first 5G system assembled on LEO technology in Rapa Nui, and in March this year we opened up what we did in the Antarctic. Okay. Let's take a look at the types of orbits. What type of orbits do we have? First of all, Claudio said something. What the round trip time? What is that? Is the retard of a communication. These satellites, geostationary satellites, are in a unique orbit. It's very different to talk about GEO than LEO MEO. GEO is a unique orbit that is produced. We're going to see this in another slide. Because in this orbit, the strength, the centrifugal strength, is the same that the gravitational speed, and this is in such a system, such a distance that is so large that the retard for a communication for 500 milliseconds, half a second. And then after that, we saw from the 2015 that we installed the first system of half elevation. There's a half height of 8,000 kilometers of height. And it is in the MEO range. MEO is a range. It's not like GEO that is a unique orbit. That is important to understand. And then for the 8,000 kilometers of height for the orbit that we chose in the eastern island, these are 20 milliseconds of retard, very different to the 8,500. Now we can talk about other levels of satellites, that is in the 160 up to 2,000 kilometers, and the retard that here we have an example. You would guess that here we're talking about a figure that could be delivered by Starlink with satellites that are lower. Now coming back to the geostationary orbit, what we determined is that so a satellite was fixed in the space concerning an observer in the land surface. The satellite had to twist at the same speed of the angle of the Earth. This is how I see this in this figure, and regretfully here it is at a considerable height. The speed, so you take a look at this in the satellite of this speed of 11,000. What is the funny thing? That we use antennas of low cost. These are fixed antennas that you put some bolts and you don't move them ever again. Okay, let me come back now to the geostationary satellite. For the distance has a global coverage. We would only need 3 geostationary to give coverage to all the planet. So it has a wide coverage and it's a mature technology. We saw it for 60 years, that it has a high latency. For many applications it is not of use, but the great advantage that the fixed antennas have is like any, have you seen in TV, right, that any balcony has a small antenna so the house or the home can receive the sign. The MEO has a medium coverage. It's not bad. It's a medium size. It's a technology already tested for 9 years, almost 10, and the latency is lower, but it requires 3 antennas to establish the contact. One antenna that is following the satellite, the next one that is waiting for the next one, and another one, so it maybe because it fails. And the LEO, the coverage is much more reduced, as we see here in the figure. The technology is already tested. We have tested this, been testing, in fact, this technology for 4 years now, and it has a very low latency. It requires some special antennas or antennas of parkour that are make it a bit different. All the flat antennas, the one that I just said is a bit expensive. What type of coverage do we have for the GEO satellite? This can be as wide as the coverage of Intelsat proportions. It has a coverage that is dedicated, that was done by Intelsat, by Intel altogether, so they could reach this eastern island. It covers from Canada until the Antarctic, and currently we have several services there. Then what else? With an energy that is more concentrated, we have like the one of Telesat. Here we can see that the footprint of the satellite is covering up eastern island, of course, the San Felix and Juan Fernandez, both of them. And this reaches the Antarctic, but with less power. And then lately, this has come in the GEO satellites. These are high throughput satellite. and the company is divided in 3 regions, and that it comes in the small regions as well. We have new operators, new satellite operators, and here I'm going to stress something very important. In the year 2015, in the Eastern Island, we have a consideration of 8 satellites when we signed the agreement, 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom, and 1 in each horizon. And they are launching a new system that is much more powerful, of 20 times more powerful than the current one, in operations reaching the 2024. Like SpaceX, for example, is operating since in the 2020 and has more satellites in orbit and gives a speed of 250 with 25 megabytes per second. Now we have even more. This is oriented to the residential markets and also companies and cell phones, the cellular center. OneWeb, we have started testing that. It has 638 satellites in different polar orbits, and it is the opposite than Starlink, that has inclinations of 53 degrees, but also it is complemented by the service on the Antarctic and OneWeb. It starts with a polar system, and in the future, 2027, we have the Telesat, the Pluto flights, and the Lightspeed. And the Amazon Typer, what else? This is quite well known and is going to get into something new. Pay attention that here we have 3 layers of satellites, and here we have 3 layers of the startup. These are news in development, all right? For me, it is quite thrilling. The Eastern Island, I have very good friends there in the middle of the community and with the frequency. And I do love them very much. And in Eastern Island, in 1990, we put a similar antenna. This was the replacement. And this was installed by some of our friends. With the 2015, 25 years later. In the same time where we installed the 3 antennas for the MEO system. Remember that I told you about an antenna that is following the satellite in traffic, is moving around slowly. The other one is waiting for that, and the other one is because maybe it may fail. And here in this fixed antenna, if you remember, we have a fixed system that is going to give to the Eastern Island companies something different that is with that area here that is moving around. Here we have the 2G technology, 4G, and others. As a comparison, to complement this, in September last year, we activated in the new technology with flat antennas and LEO orbits with Starlink, the technology that is 5G in 2 stations in Rapa Nui. And it is interesting to take a look at the coverages in Starlink. There are hexagons of 2,000 kilometers of diameter, and the island was covered with just 1 beam of light. But to increase the capacity on the island, let's say that entailed task something that we could do to the future, 3 beams that are being fed by this light. And in the Eastern Island we did something similar. This is something that fills us with pride because, well, I really do thank my colleagues for that. And we put here the technology 5G and 4G over the LEO, and the 2G with a fixed antenna. In both cases, we have 2, 3, and 4G on that, like this. And here we have the coverage, the 22 kilometers for the Jorge Island with a service that is sent to the stars. What about the main apps? the main apps according to the orbit. We have, for example, if you're thinking about a geo satellite, it's very appropriate to give education, telemedicine. Why? Because the use of the coverage is just one image and is received by each of the places with an antenna that can be very economic. You can find, I don't know, 5,000 pesos, and you can even think about a very interesting schedule to receive signs and to receive, for example, classes and to receive instructions of telemedicine. Not thinking about making a robotic surgery from Santiago to the Antarctic. Not at all. This is not for that. And the GEO, for example. The NEO is more focused in this level of capacity and also under the cell phone for areas that has a high demand. And of course, for big companies as the mining as well. And the LEO is for the residential traffic for medium-sized companies and small companies, but is also useful for areas that doesn't have this level of demand, but it allows to integrate the territory for smaller locations. Here we have a small video that was sent to me by a company. You can guess later on. Each company, you can know it later. But the concept here is that we have all the level of communication and satellite, inter-satellite communication, using what we say are inter-satellite beams that reach the communication to one to the other. And then this is how you can have coverage in all the planet. As we see here, from one side to the other, we can have we can find a way to reach the satellite, so it can go to Denver or Chile as well. This is what we are using today. So without further delay, I believe that would be the end of the presentation. Yes, it is.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. We thank the participation of Mr. Guillermo Cifuentes for his presentation, Orbits and SATCOM Solutions. And now we have some time, because we are ahead of time. If someone from the audience wants to ask a question, now is a good time for Guillermo, Mr. Guillermo, the Undersecretary, taking the profit that we have some spare time. I have a question over there. Good morning, all. My question is directed to the last speaker. Which are the solutions, the current solutions that we can have for the Tierra del Fuego territory that has some... if you can use the microphone, please. Did you understand the question? Yes. Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I understand that you want to take a look at this for Tierra del Fuego. Tierra del Fuego, the coverage over there of the current satellites and the future ones is global already. That means that there's no point in the planet that is not covered. It's just a matter of having the corresponding agreements and also taking the profit of this instance. I do want to thank the Air Force of Chile that has been of support in what we did, like a great milestone in the Antarctic. The fact that we are doing that already in the Antarctic, in the eastern island. These are 3 continental links. We're giving the 5G at a 3 continental level, and any other thing in the territory is included. We have time for another question. If you have any question, now's the time. Take this advantage, please. My question maybe is a bit more general, understanding the fact of the benefits that it has to have the satellites for the different reasons whatsoever. I would like to ask, what about the consequences that this can bring for all the levels of observations? For example, the astronomic idea and the satellites, the noise of the satellites. So, because at the very end, it affects the astronomic observation and the radio astronomy. Yes. Thank you. If you look at the quantity of satellites that we have in the orbit and you compare that with the quantity of airplanes that are flying, the airplanes, all of them, almost all of them, they're larger, they're bigger in its surface. So due to the matter of surface, the answer is no. But if we talk about the reflectability, you know that the huge satellites they have during their launching station, they have some devices. There's some things that we put on the airplane that do reflect the light, so we cannot observe these trains of satellite that were seen in the space. That is something that we can no longer do. So there's a constant worry of not being a nuisance for the functions of the observator. Thank you so much. Thanks very much for answering the questions and for your presentation. Now we're going to continue with the third speaker of this day, and we're going to receive Dr. Paulina Assmann with her presentation, Quantic Cybersecurity and Satellite Communication, Strengthening the Digital Sovereignty in a Connected World. Dr. Paulina Assmann is a doctor from the University of Concepción in the University of Lancaster, has more than 8 years of experience in the public and private sector, in the national and international industries, and currently the CEO was a part of a quantum and operations structure. And also in the meantime, while she was working in the University of Concepción, she was articulating the regional and central government. She has implemented and been working with very important projects, and as the CEREMI, and the implementation of the macrozona of the South, implemented the Breather Assmann, was the creator and director of the innovative SARS-CoV-2 system, and guided some other things in other sectors, worked with ISBO at a national level. That is something that existed thanks to the ministry, and after that experience works as an aerodroming researcher, and also proposed to recycle masks after the pandemic, and the unit of the technological area in the University of Concepción did that in the assertive communication and the collaborative work, and the creation of innovative solutions, thinking about the future. Here now we're going to leave the floor to Dr. Paulina Assmann Segura. Can you listen? Okay, good. Thank you very much, all of you. I'm very happy to be here with you to thank the invitation of General Salez to show what is happening in the world thanks to the technologies, concerning the technologies, and the first quantic technology company that I guide today. Also, I love being able to be after you. Because Guillermo, as we were able to see these satellites, and I showed the last video, where these satellites, they are already constellations, and there's laser. So when we think about the lasers, the truth is that we think about how to think about the light. The science today has supported us. We have understood much better these properties of the light, to then be able to deliver information and also to ensure that information. And this is what I'm going to tell you about. I'm a representative CEO, representative of Seoul Quantum, that is a quantic company of technologies. And just for you to understand why I'm here and what gives me the authority to tell you about what I'm going to tell you is that this company starts a long time ago, 20 years ago, in fact, with 20 years of experience in the research of quantic and quantum energy in the University of Concepcion. This company starts being quantum because it starts in 2 points at the same time. They're interlinked. We are made up by many areas. I studied physics and I have more than 200 papers in high impact magazines. This is what gives us the backup, and many other bits and authorities of patents here, and thanks to the support of the universities that have given us the structure and the infrastructure to use the technology. This happened in other talks. What do you do? Because at the very end, I'm quantic. I do with the quantum. But just to tell you about our random figures, I would like you to think as a quantum computer that has just one function. That is this qubit that generates figures that are really to be unpredictable. And what is the difference that we have today? What we had before is that we don't deliver only the figure, we certify on real time that this is an unpredictable figure. This is extremely important for security. So let's start to talk about quantic. This is what I'm here for. So to understand the communications and how have we learned to use the quantic, the quantic, are the properties of energy of this subatomic world. That, and this is not so intuitive. So you have an idea. We have effects as like the wave and the particle and the launch. And here I'm going to give you an example to set a context on the quantic physics. That is the underlaying. What is that? It's something that you're going to listen. And imagine, for example, that I tell you, please move around, move to the right, move to the left. You all imagining about that, and in the classic world, go left where you see, for example, you saw me, but if you say, Paulina, now go to the left, to the right at the same time, what do? I'm crazy. I cannot do that. Classically speaking, I cannot twist myself. I cannot go and spin to both sides. But in the subatomic world, this happens all the time. And in fact, this is the very same principle of the magnetic device. Under this uses overpositioning for our hydrogen atoms in the world, in our body, so they can project the soft tissues. And this is thanks to the creation of this gentleman between 1900 and 1940 as well, with these big important people, Einstein, Oppenheimer, even you even saw that movie that was putting the world of quantum physics on fashion. Here we're starting to understand what is the quantic world, and this is when we understood properties of the subatomic particles. And then we have the laser. The laser, this wonderful laser that now allows us to communicate long-term and long-distance communications, the magnetic resonator, and also the transmitter. What is this? Is the basis of the computing. So thanks to this transmitter, using zeros and ones, there's no current zero, there's current one. So we were able to work on these chips and these devices, these little machines with these processors within your cell phones that you have in your hand. Do you imagine a world without a cell phone? What happens when you run out of WhatsApp no longer works? We get mad. This is the first and was the first quantic revolution. So the quantic is not something that belongs to the future. The quantic comes from a long time ago. And I have some news for you. Today, We are living a technological transition where we are going from the understanding of how does this world behave, to use it with the action plan, because we have understood more properties for our daily life. For example, the entanglement. What is that? And this is the launching, and today this revolution has three pillars. One of them is the sensor. When we have this sensitive thing, this allows us to have properties of temperature, and this is how it happens in the agriculture. And less the communications. How can we generate safe communications? And that is the advance and quantic generator. How can we do safer communications? Here we have the quantic communication, and something that I believe that today the quantic has been very, very well known, and this is for the creation of the quantic computer. We owe him that. Is the third pillar. How do we use these zeros, this one? I'm going to explain you now what is this about, to tell and to work on logic processes, okay? Okay, there we go. And then, to be able to introduce this, what is this quantic computer that is being a threat, and we are very, very worried about with the level of companies and what they're doing. As a defense to the best quantic revolution, we based ourselves in this with zeros and ones, and this is how we construct what a computer does. And the approx of a quantic computer, but now they're not bips, they're qubits. They're formed through this positioning of 0 and 1 and a positioning of a sum of them. What does it mean? Before talking about the meaning, let's see. For example, when you have this infinity of states between 0 and 1, you can construct algorithms, as for example the one of these gentlemen, that is the short algorithm that allows to work on several processes of efficiency using this Fodern property and also the properties of these subatomic particles. And this gentleman here, Mr. Short, we're going to call him again, don't worry, with the algorithm subject. But I would like you to think about this transition, this technological transition with the quantic computing. Can we consider this as an improvement to what exists? No, it's as if, for example, we use the candles to enlighten ourselves, and then with the scientific knowledge we were able to use some light bulb, right? Not because we have a candle we're going to have another level of light, another quality of life. No, it's because this is something new. We have to think about it. Think about how new something could be. Think about how this superpositioning works on this quantum computer. If I tell you, for example, look for me this book here, Moriarty, and I ask to a classic computer, look for it, and what is the classic computer going to do? Goes through the first shelf until the very end, and then comes back and uses this shelf until the computer finds the book. This is what a classic computer does. The quantum computer reviews all the shelves at the same time, so it's much more efficient in finding the information. And this is how I can translate what the short algorithm does in a simple manner. So there are many, many companies that are involved to be able to develop the quantum computer and the quantum computing. We have sectors, we have agencies from the state, we have companies, we have universities, so there's a full ecosystem trying to move on in this. And then these computers, these quantum computers, maybe they're not that powerful, but for a task they can do that. They can be. And we use this in simulations in physics, in optimization and research, and in machine learning. This is what a quantum computer can do. But also, these are not that good, because to generate these qubits is not that easy. So We have all these companies working, but what is the danger, and why do we have this danger with these quantum computers? We were so lucky that all of our current cryptography, we launched it in the factorization of some, for example, let me put an example. How do we summarize this factorization of the prime numbers that the computer with the algorithm of short knows the best of it? Finding the factors of the prime numbers. And this caused an imbalance because in the quantum computer, for example, here, let me put you an example. Here we have this graph, right? That is the quantity of qubit that you need and the efficiency that you have. They told me about, I'm so sorry, I have the axis cut in my slide. But this is the quantity of qubits that you need to be able to reach this point here where you can break or you can even authorize these prime numbers that a classic computer would take like millions of years to be able to make this factorization. And in the meantime, a quantum computer can generate around 10,000 qubits, and they can break that, which is the status in the different companies. We are having something different, and in the forum idea, we said, okay, this can be in 3 years, 5 years, in 10 years, but this is something that is going to happen. For example, we know the train is going to crash, so this is the reason why, for example, imagine, for example, that the quantum computer starts working today. Okay, you can take the autonomous cars, for example, and turn it in weapons. Why? Because they can hack them. They know their encrypted system, and we can have the financial system. We can see that breakdown. This is an apocalypse. You've seen this movie that is the Leave the World Behind, from Julia Roberts, that showed a massive hack with the breaking of this cryptography. And even more than that, added has been the complication, and to get worried and to alarm ourselves, we have bans today. When we think about hacking, it's not that you're a teenager, that you think, okay, in the 80s you were hacking something at your home. No, these are bans, and these are countries in this digital world today. The technology and the safety, it means sovereignty. So we are so hyper-connected that it's important to start considering and keeping the information now, because they take this information and they say, I cannot de-encrypt that right now, right? Your secrets that I see, the air forces, the armed forces, all these government secrets, that you don't want this critical information to leave whatever they need to leave. In 2 or 3 years, this information is going to have value. So I cannot de-encrypt that, but I will do it later. And this is the save now and decrypt later. So the world is doing something, right? Without doubt, the countries that have been developed, I don't know if you have some representatives, but in the United States, we have an effort of $30 billion up to the year 2022, creating the quantum computer and doing these things to protect ourselves and also to hack it. And here we have, between this global effort, we saw that China is the leading part, is with more than 15 billion, with a total investment. Half of it is dealt by China. And let me tell you what happened with the development of quantum technologies. Here, I believe it's a bit, well, I'm sorry, because Latin America is not only, doesn't have a roadmap and doesn't have some guidelines in the development of quantum technologies as it has been done by other countries. But we are moving on. We are moving on, and some things are happening in Chile concerning that. There's a company, and the same company of quantum technologies in Latin America. And also United States in December 2022 took some some votes and had something to say with all this subcritical structure. All this structure is being already protected before different hacks. I'm thinking about facing the attack of a quantum computer. So they are already making things about it. And here what happens? Here we have two things to follow. As the United States said, and we're going to reach these satellites, but the United States said, okay, what do we have? We have two alternatives. And we are using a cryptography that is subquantic. And here, this cryptography that is subquantic is such that the formulation, even if it is mathematical or not, is sufficiently complex so a quantum computer cannot break this cryptography. This is called post-quantic. I don't like the name that much because it's not quantic. It's a cryptography that protects you from a quantic computer, but it's classical. So we still have this level of mathematical complexity, but it's the best one that we have today for that. Why? Because as I'm going to tell you, there are some limitations with the quantum cryptography as such. So you know, there are two ways to move on with the post-quantic structure and the quantum cryptography. We use the subatomic properties of the world to be able to protect the information. And this is, here we have two types. We have China. There has been a reference in that, of course, because they have, China has all the network from Beijing until Shanghai. They have a link where they generate quantic keys that they use these properties. And it's not a matter of using a mathematic area. It's using the properties of nature to be able to protect information, because this is something that is protected by nature as such. So this will mean that it's a safe communication. And they send the keys to Shanghai. This is how they can encrypt the messages being subquantic. And on the other side, they have satellites. And the first ones to send a satellite, where they generate cryptographic key passwords in the space. And Guillermo showed this already, and he told you that. I'm telling you as well. They send these keys, and they can generate these things, as I told you. What is the difference now? This is being currently standardized, and the BMIS is the agency that standardizes the type of cryptography that we're going to use. And we're going to deliver the standard. They're going to deliver the standard. If the United States adopts that, of course we will, to communicate. And the quantic is even now in means of preparation. Why? Because we need to have links, quantic links, and we have a change of infrastructure. So this is already starting. But nevertheless, something that will interest you, the NATO released a document 1 month ago when they say that between one post-quantic technology and post-quantum, they do not find they're totally complementary, because to ensure the information, the post-quantic is something that can be implemented now and very versatile to the existing infrastructure. And in the meantime, we keep moving on with the quantic, so there's no problem. And here we have something interesting. Why? Because we are advancing so much with this technology that China, all together with Russia, they introduced the first link of communication not long ago. That was introduced in January. And they do have already their link with all the communications that can happen from China to Russia. These are communications that are sure to be used in a satellite. The satellite that is here is used MOSIS, if I'm not mistaken. And this laser is not quantic, it's not working. I cannot use it, I'm sorry. So how does it work? And this is how I wanted to put an end to my presentation. To talk about the challenges that we have ahead of us, we're going to have a satellite system to start working from now on in how to use this technology. That is what will continue. This is a technological transition that is maturing, is starting, and we have to think about these technologies. So how does it work? In the satellite over here, we have a system of generations of photons, and these photons, they are interlinked, okay? And a a photon that goes to space station A and another one going to the B1, we looked at the correlations. And here I'm not going to get into the technical part, but what happens here, we have a confusion. The information is not going around the space. They're the keys. The keys are the ones that ensure the information that is going to be transferred in a classical manner between both stations. Okay, so what we use in the satellite are the keys. They are the keys that the A station and the B station is going to have to open up or close a message. And that is 100% safe. So, now then, we have some challenges. We have these new technologies that we need to take a look at. We need to keep moving with those. The fact that they are already, that we have the encryptation, the post-quantic is a reality. There's a standard, of course, but we have to move on in that. And of course, it does exist this advance of what are the cryptographic keys, using the satellites as a tool to have safer keys that are, of course, a challenge for the new systems, national satellite systems in which Chile is working. And of course, well, why not to move on in Latin America, being main characters in this transition, technological transition. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you have enjoyed my presentation.
Muchísimas gracias a la doctora Paulina Assmann por esta...
Thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you for the participation. I think we have a small space for questions, if anybody has any questions or comments. Thank you. So we're going to finish with the part of satellite communication. Has been a session with a lot of information, very rich information. However, and we have a lot of events planned for today. And following, we have a coffee break to recharge energy and to improve this moment and to talk with the other auditors. And after the coffee break, we will have space systems projections and opportunities, when we start with space system and awareness. And thank you for the collaboration, and we'll see each other at 12.
En un mundo cada vez más dependiente de la tecnología espacial, la colaboración internacional se ha vuelto una necesidad ineludible. Nuestros satélites no solo facilitan nuestras comunicaciones, sino que también son vitales para la navegación, gestión de desastres, observación del clima o inclusive seguridad nacional. Sin embargo, con el aumento de la actividad espacial, surgen desafíos significativos. El riesgo de colisiones entre satélites y la generación de desechos espaciales son amenazas reales que debemos abordar de manera conjunta. Por eso, la cooperación entre países se torna crucial. Al compartir datos y recursos, podemos mejorar nuestra capacidad para detectar y seguir objetos en el espacio, reduciendo así el riesgo de incidentes catastróficos. Además, el monitoreo de las maniobras de los satélites es esencial para proteger nuestras actuales y futuras capacidades espaciales y garantizar su uso responsable. Esto no solo implica proteger nuestra infraestructura crítica, sino también cumplir con las regulaciones internacionales y promover la transparencia entre naciones.
En un país de contrastes geográficos como el nuestro, desde los áridos desiertos del norte hasta los glaciares del sur, la conectividad es más que un lujo. Es una necesidad fundamental. La pandemia del COVID-19 subrayó esta realidad, revelando cuán vital es mantenernos conectados para superar juntos los desafíos. La fibra óptica ha sido un avance significativo, pero sus hilos no llegan a todos los rincones de Chile. Aquí es donde la tecnología satelital se convierte en un puente crucial hacia la inclusión digital. Imaginen comunidades en lugares remotos accediendo a telemedicina, permitiendo diagnósticos y consultas sin la necesidad de viajar largas distancias. Piensen en niños y jóvenes de estas zonas recibiendo educación de calidad a través de teleeducación, preparándonos para un futuro prometedor. Además, nuestra historia ha sido marcada por emergencias naturales, como terremotos y tsunamis, que han desafiado nuestra resiliencia. Las comunicaciones satelitales ofrecen una red de seguridad, manteniendo abierta la línea de comunicación cuando más lo necesitamos, asegurando la coordinación de rescate y apoyo a las comunidades afectadas. Integrar grandes capacidades en lugares remotos mediante un sistema nacional unificado no es solo un proyecto, es un paso hacia adelante en nuestra misión de cerrar la brecha digital. La capacidad satelital no solo robustece nuestra red de telecomunicaciones frente a desastres, sino que también facilita actividades remotas esenciales como la educación y la salud, desde cualquier lugar de nuestro territorio nacional, democratizando el acceso a servicios que antes estaban limitados por la geografía. Con este enfoque, Chile no solo enfrenta sus desafíos geográficos y sociales, sino que también se posiciona como un líder en tecnología, innovación y resiliencia, demostrando que incluso frente a adversidades podemos mantenernos unidos y fuertes.
El término Space Domain Awareness, también conocido como conciencia del dominio espacial, es esencial para resguardar la seguridad y la eficiencia de las operaciones espaciales. Este concepto se refiere a la habilidad de monitorear y comprender el entorno espacial, incluyendo la posición, velocidad y movimientos de los objetos en órbita alrededor de la Tierra. Esto mediante la identificación, caracterización y entendimiento de cualquier factor asociado al dominio del espacio que pueda afectar o impactar las operaciones espaciales de un país. La actividad humana en el espacio está en su punto más alto, con más satélites, misiones y basura espacial que nunca. Sin una adecuada conciencia del espacio, corremos el riesgo de colisiones catastróficas y conflictos potenciales, lo que pudiese traer consecuencias para distintas naciones. Además, es importante destacar que el espacio es un recurso compartido y la colaboración entre naciones es esencial para mantener un entorno espacial seguro y sostenible. Es por esto que varios países han tomado la iniciativa de capacitar y entrenar a otros, con el fin de contar con la cooperación internacional en el cuidado del espacio. Es en este contexto que el Grupo de Operaciones Espaciales ha intentado ser partícipe en esta área y actualmente busca convertirla en una parte esencial de la organización. El GOE ha participado en ejercicios internacionales de manera presencial y virtual que involucran la conciencia del dominio espacial, por ejemplo, SACTI o Panamá, y también ha realizado experimentos con organizaciones amigas para incrementar los conocimientos del área. Asimismo, hemos capacitado a personal en el área de SDA mediante cursos en el extranjero y estamos en proceso de continuar con la adquisición de conocimientos, con la experimentación y el trabajo colaborativo.
En un mundo cada vez más dependiente de la tecnología espacial, la colaboración internacional se ha vuelto una necesidad ineludible. Nuestros satélites no solo facilitan nuestras comunicaciones, sino que también son vitales para la navegación, gestión de desastres, observación del clima o inclusive seguridad nacional. Sin embargo, con el aumento de la actividad espacial, surgen desafíos significativos. El riesgo de colisiones entre satélites y la generación de desechos espaciales son amenazas reales que debemos abordar de manera conjunta. Por eso, la cooperación entre países se torna crucial. Al compartir datos y recursos, podemos mejorar nuestra capacidad para detectar y seguir objetos en el espacio, reduciendo así el riesgo de incidentes catastróficos. Además, el monitoreo de las maniobras de los satélites es esencial para proteger nuestras actuales y futuras capacidades espaciales y garantizar su uso responsable. Esto no solo implica proteger nuestra infraestructura crítica, sino también cumplir con las regulaciones internacionales y promover la transparencia entre naciones.
En un país de contrastes geográficos como el nuestro, desde los áridos desiertos del norte hasta los glaciares del sur, la conectividad es más que un lujo. Es una necesidad fundamental. La pandemia del COVID-19 subrayó esta realidad, revelando cuán vital es mantenernos conectados para superar juntos los desafíos. La fibra óptica ha sido un avance significativo, pero sus hilos no llegan a todos los rincones de Chile. Aquí es donde la tecnología satelital se convierte en un puente crucial hacia la inclusión digital. Imaginen comunidades en lugares remotos accediendo a telemedicina, permitiendo diagnósticos y consultas sin la necesidad de viajar largas distancias. Piensen en niños y jóvenes de estas zonas recibiendo educación de calidad a través de teleeducación, preparándonos para un futuro prometedor. Además, nuestra historia ha sido marcada por emergencias naturales, como terremotos y tsunamis, que han desafiado nuestra resiliencia. Las comunicaciones satelitales ofrecen una red de seguridad, manteniendo abierta la línea de comunicación cuando más lo necesitamos, asegurando la coordinación de rescate y apoyo a las comunidades afectadas. Integrar grandes capacidades en lugares remotos mediante un sistema nacional unificado no es solo un proyecto, es un paso hacia adelante en nuestra misión de cerrar la brecha digital. La capacidad satelital no solo robustece nuestra red de telecomunicaciones frente a desastres, sino que también facilita actividades remotas esenciales como la educación y la salud, desde cualquier lugar de nuestro territorio nacional, democratizando el acceso a servicios que antes estaban limitados por la geografía. Con este enfoque, Chile no solo enfrenta sus desafíos geográficos y sociales, sino que también se posiciona como un líder en tecnología, innovación y resiliencia, demostrando que incluso frente a adversidades podemos mantenernos unidos y fuertes.
El término Space Domain Awareness, también conocido como conciencia del dominio espacial, es esencial para resguardar la seguridad y la eficiencia de las operaciones espaciales. Este concepto se refiere a la habilidad de monitorear y comprender el entorno espacial, incluyendo la posición, velocidad y movimientos de los objetos en órbita alrededor de la Tierra. Esto mediante la identificación, caracterización y entendimiento de cualquier factor asociado al dominio del espacio que pueda afectar o impactar las operaciones espaciales de un país. La actividad humana en el espacio está en su punto más alto, con más satélites, misiones y basura espacial que nunca. Sin una adecuada conciencia del espacio, corremos el riesgo de colisiones catastróficas y conflictos potenciales, lo que pudiese traer consecuencias para distintas naciones. Además, es importante destacar que el espacio es un recurso compartido y la colaboración entre naciones es esencial para mantener un entorno espacial seguro y sostenible. Es por esto que varios países han tomado la iniciativa de capacitar y entrenar a otros, con el fin de contar con la cooperación internacional en el cuidado del espacio. Es en este contexto que el Grupo de Operaciones Espaciales ha intentado ser partícipe en esta área y actualmente busca convertirla en una parte esencial de la organización. El GOE ha participado en ejercicios internacionales de manera presencial y virtual que involucran la conciencia del dominio espacial, por ejemplo, SACTI o Panamá, y también ha realizado experimentos con organizaciones amigas para incrementar los conocimientos del área. Asimismo, hemos capacitado a personal en el área de SDA mediante cursos en el extranjero y estamos en proceso de continuar con la adquisición de conocimientos, con la experimentación y el trabajo colaborativo.
En un mundo cada vez más dependiente de la tecnología espacial, la colaboración internacional se ha vuelto una necesidad ineludible. Nuestros satélites no solo facilitan nuestras comunicaciones, sino que también son vitales para la navegación, gestión de desastres, observación del clima o inclusive seguridad nacional. Sin embargo, con el aumento de la actividad espacial, surgen desafíos significativos. El riesgo de colisiones entre satélites y la generación de desechos espaciales son amenazas reales que debemos abordar de manera conjunta. Por eso, la cooperación entre países se torna crucial. Al compartir datos y recursos, podemos mejorar nuestra capacidad para detectar y seguir objetos en el espacio, reduciendo así el riesgo de incidentes catastróficos. Además, el monitoreo de las maniobras de los satélites es esencial para proteger nuestras actuales y futuras capacidades espaciales y garantizar su uso responsable. Esto no solo implica proteger nuestra infraestructura crítica, sino también cumplir con las regulaciones internacionales y promover la transparencia entre naciones.
En un país de contrastes geográficos como el nuestro, desde los áridos desiertos del norte hasta los glaciares del sur, la conectividad es más que un lujo. Es una necesidad fundamental. La pandemia del COVID-19 subrayó esta realidad, revelando cuán vital es mantenernos conectados para superar juntos los desafíos. La fibra óptica ha sido un avance significativo, pero sus hilos no llegan a todos los rincones de Chile. Aquí es donde la tecnología satelital se convierte en un puente crucial hacia la inclusión digital. Imaginen comunidades en lugares remotos accediendo a telemedicina, permitiendo diagnósticos y consultas sin la necesidad de viajar largas distancias. Piensen en niños y jóvenes de estas zonas recibiendo educación de calidad a través de teleeducación, preparándonos para un futuro prometedor. Además, nuestra historia ha sido marcada por emergencias naturales, como terremotos y tsunamis, que han desafiado nuestra resiliencia. Las comunicaciones satelitales ofrecen una red de seguridad, manteniendo abierta la línea de comunicación cuando más lo necesitamos, asegurando la coordinación de rescate y apoyo a las comunidades afectadas. Integrar grandes capacidades en lugares remotos mediante un sistema nacional unificado no es solo un proyecto, es un paso hacia adelante en nuestra misión de cerrar la brecha digital. La capacidad satelital no solo robustece nuestra red de telecomunicaciones frente a desastres, sino que también facilita actividades remotas esenciales como la educación y la salud, desde cualquier lugar de nuestro territorio nacional, democratizando el acceso a servicios que antes estaban limitados por la geografía. Con este enfoque, Chile no solo enfrenta sus desafíos geográficos y sociales, sino que también se posiciona como un líder en tecnología, innovación y resiliencia, demostrando que incluso frente a adversidades podemos mantenernos unidos y fuertes.
Se invita a los presentes a ingresar a la sala de conferencias para continuar con el seminario Sistemas Espaciales, Proyecciones y Oportunidades. Muchas gracias.
El término Space Domain Awareness, también conocido como conciencia del dominio espacial, es esencial para resguardar la seguridad y la eficiencia de las operaciones espaciales. Este concepto se refiere a la habilidad de monitorear y comprender el entorno espacial, incluyendo la posición, velocidad y movimientos de los objetos en órbita alrededor de la Tierra. Esto mediante la identificación, caracterización y entendimiento de cualquier factor asociado al dominio del espacio que pueda afectar o impactar las operaciones espaciales de un país. La actividad humana en el espacio está en su punto más alto, con más satélites, misiones y basura espacial que nunca. Sin una adecuada conciencia del espacio, corremos el riesgo de colisiones catastróficas y conflictos potenciales, lo que pudiese traer consecuencias para distintas naciones. Además, es importante destacar que el espacio es un recurso compartido y la colaboración entre naciones es esencial para mantener un entorno espacial seguro y sostenible. Es por esto que varios países han tomado la iniciativa de capacitar y entrenar a otros, con el fin de contar con la cooperación internacional en el cuidado del espacio. Es en este contexto que el Grupo de Operaciones Espaciales ha intentado ser partícipe en esta área y actualmente busca convertirla en una parte esencial de la organización. El GOE ha participado en ejercicios internacionales de manera presencial y virtual que involucran la conciencia del dominio espacial, por ejemplo, SACTI o Panamá, y también ha realizado experimentos con organizaciones amigas para incrementar los conocimientos del área. Asimismo, hemos capacitado a personal en el área de CDA mediante cursos en el extranjero y estamos en proceso de continuar con la adquisición de conocimientos, con la experimentación y el trabajo colaborativo.
Reiteramos la invitación a los presentes a ingresar a la sala de conferencia para continuar con el seminario Sistemas Espaciales, Proyecciones y Oportunidades. Muchas gracias.
En un mundo cada vez más dependiente de la tecnología espacial, la colaboración internacional se ha vuelto una necesidad ineludible. Nuestros satélites no solo facilitan nuestras comunicaciones, sino que también son vitales para la navegación, gestión de desastres, observación del clima o inclusive seguridad nacional. Sin embargo, con el aumento de la actividad espacial, surgen desafíos significativos. El riesgo de colisiones entre satélites y la generación de desechos espaciales son amenazas reales que debemos abordar de manera conjunta. Por eso, la cooperación entre países se torna crucial. Al compartir datos y recursos, podemos mejorar nuestra capacidad para detectar y seguir objetos en el espacio, reduciendo así el riesgo de incidentes catastróficos. Además, el monitoreo de las maniobras de los satélites es esencial para proteger nuestras actuales y futuras capacidades espaciales y garantizar su uso responsable. Esto no solo implica proteger nuestra infraestructura crítica, sino también cumplir con las regulaciones internacionales y promover la transparencia entre naciones.
En un país de contrastes geográficos como el nuestro, desde los áridos desiertos del norte hasta los glaciares del sur, la conectividad es más que un lujo. Es una necesidad fundamental. La pandemia del COVID-19 subrayó esta realidad, revelando cuán vital es mantenernos conectados para superar juntos los desafíos. La fibra óptica ha sido un avance significativo, pero sus hilos no llegan a todos los rincones de Chile. Aquí es donde la tecnología satelital se convierte en un puente crucial hacia la inclusión digital. Imaginen comunidades en lugares remotos accediendo a telemedicina, permitiendo diagnósticos y consultas sin la necesidad de viajar largas distancias. Piensen en niños y jóvenes de estas zonas recibiendo educación de calidad a través de teleeducación, preparándonos para un futuro prometedor. Además, nuestra historia ha sido marcada por emergencias naturales, como terremotos y tsunamis, que han desafiado nuestra resiliencia. Las comunicaciones satelitales ofrecen una red de seguridad, manteniendo abierta la línea de comunicación cuando más lo necesitamos, asegurando la coordinación de rescate y apoyo a las comunidades afectadas. Integrar grandes capacidades en lugares remotos mediante un sistema nacional unificado no es solo un proyecto, es un paso hacia adelante en nuestra misión de cerrar la brecha digital. La capacidad satelital no solo robustece nuestra red de telecomunicaciones frente a desastres, sino que también facilita actividades remotas esenciales como la educación y la salud, desde cualquier lugar de nuestro territorio nacional, democratizando el acceso a servicios que antes estaban limitados por la geografía. Con este enfoque, Chile no solo enfrenta sus desafíos geográficos y sociales, sino que también se posiciona como un líder en tecnología, innovación y resiliencia, demostrando que incluso frente a adversidades podemos mantenernos unidos y fuertes.
Último llamado para ingresar a la sala de conferencias para continuar con el seminario Sistemas Espaciales, Proyecciones y Oportunidades. Muchas gracias.
El término Space Domain Awareness, también conocido como conciencia del dominio espacial, es esencial para resguardar la seguridad y la eficiencia de las operaciones espaciales. Este concepto se refiere a la habilidad de monitorear y comprender el entorno espacial, incluyendo la posición, velocidad y movimientos de los objetos en órbita alrededor de la Tierra. Esto mediante la identificación, caracterización y entendimiento de cualquier factor asociado al dominio del espacio que pueda afectar o impactar las operaciones espaciales de un país. La actividad humana en el espacio está en su punto más alto, con más satélites, misiones y basura espacial que nunca. Sin una adecuada conciencia del espacio, corremos el riesgo de colisiones catastróficas y conflictos.
¿Quién esto que se sienta? No puedo anunciar porque la ven esa gente que ya está acá.
Pues el se dijo, dígale a todos que se pongan el audífono. ¿Cómo les decimos si no tienen el audífono?
¿Van a anunciar?
A continuación,
Following up, we will go back to the seminar for space systems, projections, and opportunities. For the people that are here with us, welcome once again for the seminar of space systems, projections, and opportunities to follow. We will then count with the participation of 3 people that come from the United States. They are specialized in spatial domain awareness. For the next part of the summit, the agenda is as follows. As we said before, we will start now with the third part of this morning, the second part of this morning. And then we have a lunch break. In the afternoon, we will have another part of the summit where we promote talent. With the next speaker, we will have Colonel of Space Force of the United States, Raj Agrawal, with the title Space Domain Awareness and Space Battle Management. He is the commander of Delta II with the Peterson in Colorado. He's leader of the Space Domain Awareness for the Space Force of the United States. Colonel Agrawal worked in the Space Force of the United States in 2001, and then afterwards he worked as 8 years in Texas. He has space battle experience and different command that was linked to the area, combat area. Colonel Agrawal was studied in the weapon forces of the United States. And he graduated with distinction as Air Command at Staff College in the Eisenhower School. And he also studied in advanced and space studies, and he has a doctorate in business administration. So we leave the floor with the Colonel Raj Agrawal, the commander of Space Delta II.
Colonel Raj Agrawal.
Buenas tardes, es un honor representar.
Both of our nations have recognized the growing importance of space to our collective security.
Los Estados Unidos está trabajando mientras para poder entregar mejor a nuestros socios en nuestra región. Tengo el honor de liderar los 450 guardianes del Space Delta 2. Juntos nosotros tenemos el dominio y el conocimiento del espacio. En 2007, los Estados Unidos y la comunidad espacial recibió un llamado. Soy el operador del centro de operaciones en 2007, cuando China lanzó un misil antisatélite en una de sus avionetas, y como resultado fue mi trabajo detectar todas las partes que tenían como resultado este ataque. El mundo necesita conocimiento de la situación.
Providing the foundational, current, and predictive knowledge that allows everyone to safely operate in orbit, from the International Space Station to Chile's own Fasat Delta satellite. This awareness is incomplete without critical international partnerships. However, actions by Russia and China have put the safe and peaceful use of space at risk for everyone. Both Russia and China have conducted destructive tests of anti-satellite missiles, and Russia has deployed prototype orbital space-based weapons in low Earth orbit. Space domain awareness allows us to characterize these threats, combining space situational awareness information with intelligence to create understanding. An understanding we very much want all responsible nations to benefit from. Based on the information Delta II collects, Guardians conduct tactical battle management to identify hostile action, shared awareness across the Space Force and our partners, target threats, support evasive maneuver for our satellites, and enable a variety of response options to mitigate aggression, and return all space-related activity to established international norms. Space Delta II monitors all activities in Earth orbit and toward the ex-GEO or cislunar regimes from its 3 tactical space battle management centers. Each center is the proponent for a specific mission area, but are fully redundant. Each is able to transition or fully assume the mission of another center, if required, accommodating increased tasking, or in the case we have a network outage. Our space surveillance network is built on partnerships across the Space Force and our international community, with Australia, the United Kingdom, and Norway hosting radars and optical sensors. I want to thank the Republic of the Chilean Air Force for our close partnership with the United States Space Force. In 2023, Space Delta II and the Chilean Air Force installed a Raven-class telescope at Cerro Moreno Air Base. Partnership is the bedrock of space domain awareness, and the United States Space Force looks forward to growing closer collaborative ties between Chile and our partners in South America. Everything we do in Space Delta II is focused on advancing 4 pursuits: First, we seek to identify optimal offensive and defensive maneuver opportunity for our spacecraft. Just like in the sea or the air, maneuver is critical. Second, we are working to establish unity of command of the space domain awareness and space battle management enterprise, allowing Space Delta II to quickly lead the response to any threat, to deter, de-escalate, and if necessary, defeat adversary action. Third, we are pursuing emerging threat identification and custody, track, and target. This is not limited to Earth orbit, and Space Delta II is collaborating with academic and industry partners to increase our capability in the cislunar environment. Fourth, we strive to integrate data from multiple sources, including the intelligence community, commercial space, universities, civil space, and our international partners such as Chile. On behalf of General Chance Saltzman and my boss, Lieutenant General Miller, I want to extend our thanks from the Guardians of the United States Space Force for inviting us to speak today, and we look forward to continued and closer collaboration between our two nations in space. And I think I have left some time for questions, if anyone has any. And I'm using my translator in case anyone has any questions. Okay, it looks like I've answered all of the questions you may have, and I look forward to inviting my command partner and my senior enlisted leader, Chief Martha Burkhead, to speak after me, who will share some more details about what we do in Space Delta II. But back over to our announcers who will take this from here.
You take that real quick? Yes. Are you going to keep open for Martha?
No, she'll bring her up.
Agradecemos la participación del coronel. Muy interesante lo que está haciendo Chile y Estados Unidos con todo el Space Force.
Now we are going to start with the next presentation of the sub-official of the United States Air Force, Mrs. Martha Burkhead, in Space Domain and Awareness Partnership Opportunities. The under-official of Delta II is the eldest sub-official of Space Delta II. She's located in Peterson Base Camp in Colorado. She is a counselor of the commander of Space Delta II, the organization that has space domain awareness journeys and has 400 people that have two missions in different countries. Space Delta II is responsible for preparing and presenting execution of operations of space domain. The sub-under-official Burkhead was born in Tacoma, Washington, and she enlisted in the Air Force in 2004 as a programmer of information of technology, and in December 2020 she was transferred to the Air Force, where now she's working. With no further ado, we leave you then with Martha Burkhead.
You can just put it on top.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Tarde. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de participar en este increíble evento. Es un honor estar aquí. Yo soy la Chief Master Sergeant Mark Burkhead del Comando líder para el Space Delta 2, Space Delta 2, referido como Del 2.
State Space Forces organization dedicated to space domain awareness and space battle management. Today, I will provide an overview of how Del 2 works with partners around the world to improve understanding of the space domain. The Space Domain Awareness Mission presents an array of challenges and opportunities. Two of the primary challenges we face are the increasing congested and contested nature of space. On the left side of the slide, you see the exponential growth of objects on orbit since 2019. This can be attributed to a number of factors, such as the increased number of payloads per launch and new space surveillance capabilities. On the right side of the chart, you see examples of actions and intent that show that space is no longer a benign environment. This was clearly demonstrated in 2021 when Russia intentionally destroyed the non-operational Cosmos 1408 satellite, creating over 1,800 pieces of new debris. As a space community, we have to constantly balance these two challenges as we execute our space operations and space domain awareness missions. At Space Delta 2, we cannot do this without coordination and collaboration with our key partners and allies. In the following slides, I will share 4 initiatives through which we leverage our partnerships: space flight safety, data sharing, sensor integration, and space domain awareness cooperative activities. A unique aspect of the Space Delta 2 mission is that our squadrons, the 18th and 19th Space Defense Squadrons, are responsible for executing United States Space Command's Space Situational Awareness Sharing Program. This includes sharing data and information through all phases of operations, from pre-launch to on-orbit operations through end of life. Partnerships are critical through all of these phases. First, we engage with new partners well ahead of when they launch their first satellite. This early engagement, which can begin years to months prior to launch, allows us to understand their operational plans and potential impact on space domain awareness operations. We integrate this information into mission planning, which reduces operational surprise and improves the likelihood of mutual mission success. If you have a complex mission in your near future, we encourage you to contact us. Next, during pre-launch coordination, we work with satellite operators and launch providers to gather information on their spacecraft and the launch profile. This information is integrated into Del 2 mission plans. Pre-launch coordination begins 30 to 60 days prior to launch, and is critical to rapidly tracking the launch vehicle and all associated objects. We encourage all satellite operators to register their spacecraft with us using the satellite registration form available on our public website, spacetrack.org. After launch, our main priority is object characterization. This includes cataloging each object as a discrete payload, rocket body, or debris, and identifying each spacecraft by assigning it a unique name. Due to the increase in rideshare missions, this has become more complex. For example, when SpaceX launched their first transporter mission, it had 148 objects from 25 organizations and 12 nations. Identifying each spacecraft required close communication with the operators to translate what we see as dots on the screen into meaningful data and information. Once a spacecraft is cataloged and identified, we publish it in U.S. Space Command's official satellite catalog and share its positional data through the website spacetrack.org. We also screen the spacecraft for possible collisions with other space objects and share this information with the spacecraft operators in the form of conjunction data messages. Throughout this process, we exchange data and maneuver plans with the operator to ensure accurate and timely orbital data for spaceflight safety. Today, we work with over 750 organizations from over 60 nations to exchange and provide spaceflight safety services all through the website spacetrack.org. In addition to basic data and spaceflight safety services, we also provide advanced data and services for entities who have signed a Space Situational Awareness Sharing Agreement with the United States Space Command. Today, we have agreements with 34 partner nations and nearly 150 commercial and academic entities. The agreement allows expanded data sharing, accelerated timelines, and increased accuracy. Services include launch conjunction assessment, launch support, on-orbit conjunction assessment and collision avoidance, anomaly support, disposal and deorbit support, and re-entry assessment. All of these mission areas have potential for collaboration. Space Situational Awareness Sharing Agreements also lay the foundation for closer collaboration and cooperation on space operations and initiatives. One such initiative is Space Domain Awareness Sensor Integration. As space becomes more congested and contested, maximizing existing sensor resources is increasingly important. The United States Space Surveillance Network is a robust collection of radars and telescopes, but there are gaps, especially in the southern hemisphere, that offer the opportunity for collaboration with partner nations. This process begins with the partner nation nominating a sensor for contribution. Next, the United States Space Force and the partner nation exchange information on the sensor and data formats and begin tracking reference satellites. The tracking data allows both parties to evaluate the sensor's performance and make modifications if needed. Once the evaluation is complete, the partner nation and United States Space Force discuss operational processes and arrangements and document the agreement in a concept of employment. This is a relatively new process through which we hope to expand both space domain awareness capability and relationships. Two additional exciting opportunities for space domain awareness cooperation are Global Sentinel and Joint Commercial Operations. Global Sentinel is the United States Space Command's premier security cooperation effort designed to strengthen and grow international partnerships and improve operational collaboration It has two elements. One, the annual capstone event, and two, real-world events. This year, the capstone event brought 25 nations together in a simulated environment to practice space domain awareness, planning, tasking, and analysis. It presented participants with realistic space scenarios that they executed together by leveraging their combined capabilities. It was an ideal environment to experiment with how nations could better integrate their sensor and analytical resources and work towards common procedures. The real-world events are executed throughout the year and provide opportunity for real-time collaboration on live events, such as reentries and launches. Any global sentinel nation
Cualquier nación global puede proponer un líder y un mundo global, lo cual va a permitir siempre y en todo momento oportunidades únicas para ver la colaboración entre varias naciones para sus operaciones y su centro base. Todas estas actividades van a tener que crear asociaciones
and promote responsible behavior in the space domain. Joint commercial operations, referred to as JCO, also offer the opportunity to cooperate on live space events, specifically by leveraging commercial capability for protect and defend priorities. JCO operates at the non-classified level, which allows for increased collaboration across partner nations and exploration of emerging technologies and space surveillance techniques. As you can see, there are numerous opportunities to improve and expand cooperation and collaboration on space domain awareness. Space Delta II has established a space domain awareness partnership and coalition engagement office to support these efforts. Spaceflight safety coordination, advanced data sharing, space domain awareness sensor integration, and space domain awareness collaboration activities. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact them at the email below. Thank you very much for your time today. On behalf of all the members of Space Delta II, we look forward to working with you to advance our collective space domain awareness missions. Thank you.
Agradecemos a la suboficial mayor Martha Barkhead por su impecable presentación y de recordar
much about the Space Force importance in the air operations in the United States and the mission that we have. That is now our responsibility to work in the associate countries. Now we're going to listen to the presentation of Joseph Carver, JCO Global Overview, lo que viene a ser la revisión general global con enfoque en la órbita de tierra baja y el procesamiento de la reentrada. At the end of this presentation, we will have some time for a Q&A session. Write down your questions, please. El señor Joseph Carver is the main Joint Commercial Operation Coordinator, and he's responsible for coordinating with commercial partners as well as international to identify and develop of Spain main awareness as a support to the Air Force of the United States and the National Center of the Spatial Center, and the follow-up is the characterization of many areas in the space has been of help in developing some tens of partner countries, including the United Kingdom, France, Chile, New Zealand, Brazil, and many others. Mr. Gerbert has been performing a role as a main coordinator for different military exercises, the Sprint Advanced Concept Training, and the Resolute Sentinel of the Southern Command of the United States. Mr. Gerbert has a graduation in Space Force and Astronautics of the Purdue West Lafayette University in 1996. Since then, has been working as a support for air and spatial operations. His efforts include the development of software, the command systems, and the control of the International Space Station, as improvements in the Johnson Center. Has been of help also in the spatial area for 11 years, designing software for the modelization and simulation of the missile detection of radar missiles and subsequent missions in identification of some areas. During his time working in use, Barry Hamilton as a head architect of the program of Future National Center of Geospatial Intelligence. Analytic graphics has been of help in the module development for tools and advanced tools de la mano. Así que hoy vamos a estar hablando sobre las operaciones.
System. Several years ago, back in roughly 2019, one of the things that the Space Force recognized at the time we were working at the National Space Defense Center was that we were underutilizing commercial technology and surveillance and the way they could augment military operations. We began an exercise to begin to research how we could evolve those technologies. Here are the results as we begin to expand those operations not only within the United States but internationally with Latin America, Europe, Asia, and others. So today what we're going to be covering are JCO operations, mission capabilities. The FOCH asked if we might focus on low Earth orbit technologies, also re-entry technologies, as these are of key interest to the FOCH. So I'm going to take a little bit of time and talk specifically about some of those elements today, and then begin to close with the how would a university or more of the FOCH participate within the JCO. Okay, what is the JCO? So the Joint Commercial Operations is a coalition of stakeholders making up currently 14 different nations, of which Chile is becoming one of them, with teams from Chile going through our 2,000 level course training in the August timeframe. We focus on utilizing commercial and non-classified governmental services in order to perform space domain awareness, to augment military operations. A lot of the analysis that we will do, monitoring launches, looking at rendezvous proximity operations, evaluating anomalous behaviors in space. We coalesce these into reporting structures we call NOTSOs, Notice to Space Operators, and then these are disseminated to both military organizations, but as well as civil organizations and satellite owner-operators. We operate exclusively at the non-classified level. So one of the benefits of this is that we are able to work with and encourage the integration of not only military organizations, but particularly universities and commercial entities throughout the world. Examples of some of the work that we are performing. Here we're utilizing in the upper right-hand corner a French passive RF system called Safran. It is monitoring and tracking a Russian Luch Olymp satellite and the Intelsat 37 as they are performing operations within 50 kilometers of each other out at GEO using only passive RF technologies. Center, a map of our current locations of commercial surveillance systems. And in the lower right, we're beginning to utilize satellite overhead assets to begin monitoring the launch platforms and systems of new foreign launches in places like China and Russia. I'm going to go ahead and build this slide out. What we have here is a diagram of the JCO conceptually. At the center of the JCO is a set of software applications that we have been developing over the last several years. From our Air Force Research Lab, these systems allow us to do many of our command and control within the JCO and support our commercial operations. The intent for this is not for us to develop any of the actual algorithms, rather to provide an environment where we can transact messages, much like a brokerage service. From there, we operate a 24/5 system with support from multiple nations that you can see listed here, to include Chile. Within the JCO, there are over 138 trained members in our operations, only 4 of which are US government. What we do here is we will send out tasking requirements. They'll go out to the individual sensor systems that make up the commercial market. Data is then normalized, funneled into a single common repository called the Unified Data Library. That information is then sent back into our systems where we process for satellite location, maneuver detection, anomaly detection. Our analysts will evaluate this information. When it exceeds a tolerance for notification, we will generate a single message called a notice to space operator, a NOTSO, very similar to what the air domain does with NOTAMs, Notice to Air and Mariners. And these will get published not only to the National Space Defense Center, DEL 2, but other organizations around the world, including Joint French Space Command, here in Chile, and also satellite owner-operators, Eutelsat, Intelsat, Planets, etc. How is the organization constructed? So one of the things that we have learned over the years is not really to let commercial entities be in charge. Commercial entities tend to be myopic about their perspective of it. So what we do is we have a light government leadership. This need not be military, it could also be civil. That light military leadership in site directors and deputy site directors manage the operations of a wholly commercial system of analysts. These analysts perform a myriad of mission tasks, including the orbit determination, anomaly detection, maneuver detection. They are the providers who are collecting information, for example, electro-optical telescopes, ground-based radars, passive RF antenna systems, but also new technologies, near-Earth imaging, satellite-to-satellite image collection, all of those basic services. We're beginning to branch out into other mission domains to include electromagnetic interference. So for example, when a ground station is beginning to interfere with satellite telecommunications, we are beginning to monitor those detections, alert on the jamming or electromagnetic interference, and then also to geolocate where those jamming sources may be coming from. Here are examples of some of the applications and tools that we empower operators who are working within the JCO to utilize. So for example, at any given time in the upper left-hand corner, you wanted to understand whether or not your sensor architecture is operational, whether they're recently publishing, have published within the last 12 hours. We have a color-coded diagram that depicts that. In the center, we monitor the number of observations that we are collecting per satellite. In the right, a diagram of all the different types of information that are flowing into our database. We monitor weather. In the lower center, we are looking at all of the satellites that are flying in GEO. The y-axis depicts time, the x-axis depicts whether or not there is an object in GEO. We are looking for things to maneuver, but it gives a nice sense of the volume of measurements that we are collecting at a given time. This can range from 500,000 to, at some points, over 1 million observations per day. And in the bottom right, an example of how we're using machine learning and artificial intelligence to begin to recognize patterns of life for some of these systems and detect on and use the machine learning to notify operators when a satellite is behaving in ways that it had not over the last several months. Getting into focused analysis, low Earth orbit. So one of the advantages of a commercial and non-classified government architecture within the joint commercial operations is our ability to distribute geographically. On the left-hand side, you can see in blue locations of US government facilities, and in the right, in green, you can see the corresponding commercial systems. There are several advantages to the commercial utilization. For one, the US government is maintaining a much larger mission than we are. The US government is responsible for the concurrent tracking and custody of more than 45,000 objects, utilizing the sensor systems that you see here. Conversely, the joint commercial operations supporting predominantly protect and defend missions, so defending blue assets, monitoring anomalous behavior in Russian and Chinese, Iranian, North Korean satellites. We have all of these sensors, and they're only focused on as many as 600 satellites, not 45,000 satellites. And so we have the ability to maintain constant custody and saturation of collection of observations on many key objects, allowing us to do pattern of life analysis with enormous amounts of data. One example of this is our monitoring and tracking of the Russian DAASat, Direct Ascent Anti-Satellite Analysis, that Master Sergeant Burke had referenced earlier in her speech moments ago. This is an example of how the JCO conducts its operations. It's a flow chart. In the upper left-hand corner are public satellite research analysis teams. We're monitoring Notice to Air and Mariner. The Russians were publishing that there were unsafe locations for aircraft and vessels in this region in their northern seas. That exclusion zone looked very similar to a year prior when they conducted a threatening rocket launch out of Plesetsk. We assumed that these were similar events. In the far right, we began to evaluate what the potential target objects for the Russians would be. The red cone there is what we call a weapon engagement zone for a direct ascent ASAT launched out of Plesetsk. The green is the closure zone that they published. We assumed that a rocket launched from the Plesetsk, if the ballistic object continued its trajectory, the debris would land in the Laptev Sea you see depicted in green. We then evaluated from a geometry perspective what satellites passed not only through the threat engagement zone, but then also over into the keep-out zone for aircraft and naval vessels. And we narrowed it down to one target object, the Cosmos 1408, that fit all of those criteria. 4 days ahead of the launch, we then began to task our commercial systems against the Cosmos 1408 for battle damage assessment. If the Russians were actually successful in launching and knocking out this particular satellite, then what systems did we have, and were we sure that they were going to be tasking against it? And in the lower right-hand corner, where you understand this is obviously going, images from those commercial telescopes in the area. The green dot represents where the Cosmos 1408 should have been, and all of the orange and red are fragments of debris after the Russians had destroyed it. And so we can see that the object was not where it was intended to be, and there was debris cloud around it. What is notable about this, and why we drew this example for this particular presentation, is that the telescope system that took this image was one located here in Chile. And so without having the geographic diversity and the support of the Chilean people in this event, we might not have collected that particular shot. We were able to provide evidence. We could not confirm, that is not our job. We were able to provide evidence that this event might have occurred from systems based here in Chile. Here is an example of the volume of LEO observations that we collect. You may have been watching the news recently where the US government was going through budget constraints for the new year. We were affected. We were unable to collect as much low Earth orbit observation data, and because of the budget constraints, you see that we have a significant drop where normally we have over 600,000 observations that contribute to our assessment and monitoring of LEO. Here we precipitously dropped off from budget cuts. And why I bring this up, as we begin to develop this international relationship with Chile, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Israel, Australia, right? This sort of support can begin to buffer us in our budget constraints and help us maintain custody and surveillance of mission-critical operations for all of our nations. From a commercial company in the United States called Leo Labs, I wanted to draw your attention to one new technology that they are beginning to develop utilizing machine learning and artificial intelligence. The company Leo Labs operates a number of S-band radars around the world to help support and track low Earth objects. But one of the interesting things that the company is doing to innovate technology, they are beginning to use machine learning to do pattern recognition and characterization of objects that they are getting. The system they're employing begins to look at qualities like orbit location, radar cross-section, maneuver, and begins to allow the artificial intelligence to group and bin these objects into various patterns. And so now what we can do is, after a launch, we can begin to monitor the object, and after a while, the machine learning and AI algorithms begin to bin it, helping us confirm whether the object that we are tracking is either a piece of debris, a rocket body, an active satellite, and in fact, what category and group of active satellite it may be. Here is another diagram. We're using maximum delta V and the maneuver rate to do a similar binning of those properties. And you can see where a single class of Chinese satellites are all grouping very nicely into one level. And what this allows us to do is, if a new launch occurs, and we are told publicly that we expect the satellite to fit in this particular bus class or type, now we can take a look at the data and understand if, in fact, it is behaving in ways that we can predict based on its size, mission, and the owner. Re-entry. So some of the things that we have been doing are not only in a military capacity, but also a civil and spaceflight safety capacity. Here are some analysis that we have been doing on re-entry. This is an exploratory, but I bring this up. Here are examples of an exercise that we did, a sprint advanced concept training, in which the FOCH, the Chilean government, asked us to assess what would a risk be, how would we know, what information would we collect if there was a threatening object that may re-enter in our waters or over our coastal. And so this was an analysis that we worked with the FOCH several years ago to assess that. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see the altitude profile of a modeling and simulation event, and then how it is depicted re-entering over the coast of Chile. We are beginning to collaborate with NATO. NATO is beginning to develop applications and web interfaces with us that are taking 18th space data and publishing those so that they are getting and publishing and understanding when re-entry risks are available, posting them to websites like this so that internationally we can begin to collaborate with one another and have the same common operating picture about re-entry threats that are imminent. Here is an example of collaboration with the United Kingdom. This is a commercial company within the United Kingdom called Norse, and they are beginning to develop algorithms that are statistically modeling how probable a re-entry will be using Monte Carlo techniques in an event. Assessing re-entry is a very complicated event. The atmosphere right above the Earth's surface is very turbulent and dynamic. How a satellite will hit the surface, how it will begin to tumble, how it will begin to break apart, makes this particular analysis very complicated, and it is hard to predict, almost as complicated as understanding where will a hurricane actually make landfall weeks before. In a similar way, the re-entry problem is very complex. We are beginning to put science and thought behind how we can assess and develop models to isolate and predict where these re-entries might occur. But another good example of two international ways we're working with the United Kingdom, Chile, and NATO to help solve some of our basic safety of flight problems. Other technologies that we are beginning to develop and work into include the use of near-Earth imaging, so these are satellite-to-satellite images. A company called Heo Robotics in Australia is using other Earth imaging satellites when they are not imaging the Earth to pivot and begin to image others. We get grainy images off of this, but these are sufficient for us to do basic characterization. Is the object tumbling? What is its basic size? What is its current orientation? Does it or does it not match what we expected it to be? We're beginning to look at electromagnetic interference. So in the middle center, there is a commercially generated electromagnetic interference. There is a vessel sitting outside of Sevastopol that is jamming other commercial satellites in support of their war efforts in Ukraine. In the lower right, you can see GPS jamming charts as well as other electromagnetic interference events. We will be working many of these exercises during the next Resolute Sentinel in Colombia, Peru, and Brazil in early June. More examples of the near-Earth imaging technology. And then finally, a quick overview of how would one get involved with the JCO. If at any time, please feel free to reach out to US Southcom or myself, Joe Gerber, if you would like to get involved in this program. Commonly, what we will do is we will invite you to observe an exercise that we are doing. We will run major exercises 3 times a year. The FOCH have participated in many, if not all of these, in some capacity. Then there are basic training that you can take online. We call these 100-level courses, just 90 minutes. But after taking this course, you will begin to get access to online chat channels where our operators are beginning to communicate with one another. You can monitor that. You can get in on some of the stand-up sessions and monitor the operations teams from around the world working on these efforts. Step 3, you can begin to participate in these exercises. If there is a particular focus area you'd like to do orbit determination, re-entry, cislunar, you can begin to pick a desired learning objective, focus on that area, and participate with our groups in it. And then finally, and this is where the FOCH are going later this year, there is a 4-week course where candidates go up to the US, typically in Colorado Springs, and they train to be a site director or deputy site director and pull shifts with us, with Brazil, with Israel, with New Zealand, with Australia, all in support of the use of commercial surveillance in order to augment military operations for protect and defend, and a myriad of other civil flight, safety of flight operations here. Okay. At this point, this concludes my demonstration. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for the honor of receiving us. Are there any questions? Nothing heard? In that case, thank you very much. And if you care to, please feel free to reach out to us at the JCO at any time. Thank you very much.
Quisiéramos agradecer la participación del señor Joseph Gerber por su presentación sobre GCO Global Overview with focus
on lower Earth orbit and reinventing processing. Is there any question? You can do it in Spanish. We have interpreters that would translate the answer and the question. If we don't have any question right now, I would like to thank... There's a question over there. Yes, excellent. Yes. Hello. I would like to ask, how do you see... Just 1 second. They're going to give him the interpreting device. They're putting on the earphones. And it can be to any of our speakers anyway. Yes. De nuevo, ¿podría repetir la pregunta, por favor? Hola. I would like to ask, what do you think about the development of constellations, federated constellations for safety and security? Es una súper buena pregunta. Muchas gracias por la pregunta, es excelente. Tenemos sin duda alguna riesgos en dimensiones múltiples, así que como el maestro sargento.
Companies like SpaceX are not only launching satellites at a rate, new rocket launches every 2 weeks, but in each of these, they are deploying up to, on average, 60, but as many as 140 new satellites in each of those deployments. We have actually run out of numbers allowable. Typically, for the US government, we use SSC numbers. They're 5 digits. We've exhausted those 5 digits. We expect the population of satellites in low Earth orbit to more than quadruple over the next several years. We expect that there are things like the Kessler syndrome, which begin to become real potential possibilities. This is that risk where if there is one collision, that it will generate enough or sufficient debris that it begins to have a cascading effect on the collision in conjunction with other satellites, and that it will pinball and ruin low Earth orbit as a functioning commerce market for the world, right? So things that Russia and China have recently done where they've They've intentionally destroyed a satellite, causing more than 1,500 to 15,000 pieces of new debris, each traveling at over 17,000 miles per hour. Ricochet bullets in space really, increase the risk of what is now a national commerce essential element, for the world. Okay, that's the bad news. The good news is this, that there are a number of companies that are beginning to develop technologies for on-orbit service debris removal, and we'll actually begin to develop whole new economies of scale in order to support this effort. Companies like SpaceX are beginning to do very intelligent things. They're making their satellites semi-autonomous, so like a traffic management. Their satellites actually perceive the environment around them, and they begin to dodge and maneuver autonomously in order to protect themselves and keep them in a safety of flight capacity. And we need more of this technology. We need more of this regulation. We need more of the nations that are flying these satellites to support regulations where satellites are self-identifying where they're coming from. I'll end with this, that it really is remarkable how technology has propelled us, and I use that word, a rocketry term, just a joke in English, I guess, to able to launch thousands, tens of thousands. Only a decade ago, right, the cost to get 1 kilogram of mass up into space, in the 1980s, it was over $10,000 to get a single kilogram. It has been precipitously dropping with reusable rocketry technology. It is now less than $900 per kilogram to get objects into space. This is making it affordable not only for nation states, commercial entities, but also high schools and universities. They can do these ride shares on these. So a lot of potential, a lot of risk. You can see why it's so important. Even common day bank transactions couldn't occur without constant contact with satellite infrastructures. And if we were to lose a space, if one of those Kessler syndrome events happened where there was a conjunction and all of these satellites were colliding with each other, it would have catastrophic impacts on our economies. But thank you for the question. I'm sorry if that was long-winded. Any other questions?
Good afternoon. First class cadet Cristobal Rojas from the Chilean Air Force. I have 2 questions. The first is, how do you protect the information that you take from the satellites? And second, how does affect the environmental problems to the satellite production and the number of satellites that you put on orbit? Thank you.
I apologize. Could you re-ask the question?
Sorry?
Would you mind re-asking the question?
The second question is about the environmental problems that we have now with the contamination and that kind of problems, and how does it affect to how does it affect sending more satellites to the space?
Yes. So if by contamination you're referring to the previous question, it is a significant impact. Contamination in multiple dimensions, contaminations in the volume of satellites in space, also contamination from electromagnetic spectrum, right? Each of these satellites is transmitting. The number of frequencies, the available transmission bands are being constrained. The occurrence of electromagnetic interference begins to increase because it's more congested in this environment. Please, sir.
No, that's a very good question, and I'm jumping up to help Joe, Mr. Gerber, because the U.S. Space Force works very hard at protecting our communication between satellites and the ground infrastructure through encryption, through protection of fiber optics. My understanding is Chile is becoming one of the world's experts in fiber optics and fiber communication. And the translation of data between satellites and the ground to protect it requires encryption, and that takes up quite a bit of bandwidth, as you can imagine. And so that's one part of the problem. The other question you asked about, and I forget who it was who asked the question, the other question you asked is a very good question about responsible and sustainable use of space so that all nations can have access to the environment and can put satellites into space safely and doesn't create pollution. That's very important. We are now dealing with a very congested and contested space environment, largely due to reckless behavior by just a couple of nations. And we have to spend a great deal of effort to track all of those pieces of debris. One thing that our Department of Defense has recently committed to, along with from direction from our Vice President of the United States, is to not do any testing of anti-satellite weapons in space. That way, we help lead the world in being responsible in even the military use of space, so that way other nations can follow that example and no longer conduct testing. There is now the emergence of what we call mega constellations, such as Starlink and other companies, to include Chinese companies that are putting mega constellations in space. One way that we mitigate debris is to put them in low Earth orbit so that they decay and burn up into the environment. But no one knows the impact of all of these satellites burning up into the environment and what gases those might cause and what harm that might cause. So we must work together as responsible nations to study the impact of the use of space and how to make it sustainable and not cause harm while trying to do good. So I hope that answers your question a little bit, but it is a very responsible question to ask if you are in the space business, because we want to make sure that our children and our grandchildren also have access to space just as we do. So I hope that, and you're welcome to jump in. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Hola, quiero hacer una consulta.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to ask a question. We do invest a lot of technology in bringing to the space these satellites, but what is the technology that we could implement so they come back to Earth without causing any damage, the damage that they're currently causing in the space? This is like for me to have quite clear all the answers that you have given. Thank you.
I heard the first part of your question. What is it that you feel is causing harm? I missed the beginning of the question.
He said, what can we do so the satellites come back to the Earth and we send them? Given that we have invested a lot of technology in bringing the satellites to the space, are you investing any technology in bringing them back to the Earth so they do not remain in the orbit or they pollute or contaminate the space?
The U.S. Space Force is working with our Congress and other nations to, in fact, I think Japan is one, that is trying to field technology that can safely remove debris and clear it from low Earth orbit, and ideally bring it back to Earth or bring it so far away from Earth that it doesn't cause harm to our satellites. The challenge, and this is a very tricky problem, is that the same technology that we can use for cleaning garbage in space can also be used to cause harm to other satellites. And so we have to be responsible as a community of nations that if we field the technology that can clean debris, that we must commit to not using that same technology to cause harm to each other. And that is the fear that great powers have with each other, is the mistrust, the distrust of each other, that who will be responsible with fielding that kind of technology and who will make sure that that technology is not used for harm. So this is a problem that we share and we must work together to solve, but it is not an easy answer and it is not simply a technological answer. It is a policy answer. It is an international agreements answer. And we must learn to trust one another to solve the problem together. And I think that is something that you, especially this younger generation, can help us solve, because I think the old guys messed it up.
He means himself, really. But one other element of this that is also quite optimistic is new companies are being developed to do on-orbit servicing. Examples, the mission extension vehicles 1 and 2 from Northrop Grumman are, instead of allowing satellites to remain wasted, it will go up and refuel, or it will take over the command and control of that object, so that we are now extending the mission life of as many satellites as we can. It's not a perfect solution by any stretch. I appreciate the question.
Tenemos tiempo para esa última pregunta y luego de eso
We just have time for this last question and then we have to close our session. Thank you.
Cadet First Class Maurice Noyon from the Chilean Air Force Academy. My question is, does the diameter of the orbit in where this debris lays affect on the tech that is used to collect or eliminate the debris that is caused by these situations that happened in the past?
That's a very good question. So most of the debris is in low Earth orbit, largely because that's where the anti-satellite tests occurred. And truth is, the further you go out, the farther apart the satellites are. So debris in, for example, geosynchronous Earth orbit is not as potentially damaging. Also, our astronauts and other humans that are in space are also in LEO. So the challenge that we have is we have a lot of debris in LEO. We also have humans in orbit in LEO, low Earth orbit. And, but it's also the easiest to get to from Earth. So every nation really can enter into low Earth orbit. We have high schools that are putting satellites into low Earth orbit. It's cheap, and you can pay a very low fee to put maybe your own satellite onto a rocket and get it there. And more nations are launching into LEO. So many nations. In fact, in South America, I know Brazil has a spaceport, isn't that right? They're building 2 radars, a spaceport, and no other nations want to build them. So the biggest challenge is not, it's not difficult to get the technology into LEO. The bigger challenge is trusting each other to put the technology into LEO, that we will only do good with it and not do harm to each other. It is very expensive to go into other orbits, and so only the great powers right now can do that and cause harm in those orbits. So we are less concerned, I think, about those orbits, but low Earth orbit is the most concerning and the most challenging, even though it's the easiest to get to.
Yep. The only thing I would add on top of that, and it's a very good question, is the understanding that not all orbits are the same. That very often, if you wanted to do something like deploy a Earth imaging satellite, you want to go into a very particular altitude, a very particular orientation, in order for your satellite to have a what we call a sun-synchronous orbit. What that means is that the companies that are deploying satellites to support a very particular mission, like imaging from space, have requirements and constraints on that orbit that all put them into the same ideal spot. So they keep wanting to populate, these 96 to 98 degree inclination orbits. They like to operate between 300, 400, 500 kilometers. And so everything is beginning to concentrate in those. And so although, to Colonel Agrawal's point, space is big, and yet to get to these ideal orbits to support their mission, ideally, they're all cramming into the same locations, which makes that problem confounded. Welcome.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your participation today to the U.S. Space Force on their fascinating plenary on space domain awareness. Definitely something that for the future generations is incredibly important. They're highly enthusiastic about it. So for sure, many of them will be reaching out to grow on this topic.
Y antes de despedirnos, por ahora,
And before we say goodbye, for now, let me remind you that our conversations do not end here. After lunch, we're going to continue with another plenary session, as thrilling as this one, in the framework of aerospace. This next session that we'll have in the afternoon will be focused in promoting talent, and we will have, therefore, the opportunity how to support new generations of experts in the aerospatial field. But now I have to let you know that this session in the afternoon will have other moderators. Okay, so we say goodbye, and we hope you have a very productive afternoon and full of new ideas and connections. Thank you so much for your participation and your commitment during this seminar. I hope you have had the most wonderful discussions, and you can get the best out of it. Thank you so much. See you in Fidae 2026, and maybe during the rest of the week. We will leave you now invited to start and resume our day at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Suavemente todo.
Hola, ¿cómo muy bien. Ay, muchas gracias. Tú eres abogado también, ¿no es cierto? Sí, Mariana, yo también, que Mariana García me había comentado.
Oh, sí.
De tu participación en Uruguay, ¿puede ser?
Sí. Igual no fui a Uruguay todavía, pero he conocido a ella en otros.
En un mundo cada vez más dependiente de la tecnología espacial, la colaboración internacional se ha vuelto una necesidad ineludible. Nuestros satélites no solo facilitan nuestras comunicaciones, sino que también son vitales para la navegación, gestión de desastres, observación del clima o inclusive seguridad nacional. Sin embargo, con el aumento de la actividad espacial surgen desafíos significativos. El riesgo de colisiones entre satélites y la generación de desechos espaciales son amenazas reales que debemos abordar de manera conjunta. Por eso, la cooperación entre países se torna crucial.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
En un mundo cada vez más dependiente de la tecnología espacial, la colaboración internacional se ha vuelto una necesidad ineludible. Nuestros satélites no solo facilitan nuestras comunicaciones, sino que también son vitales para la navegación, gestión de desastres, observación del clima o inclusive seguridad nacional. Sin embargo, con el aumento de la actividad espacial, surgen desafíos significativos. El riesgo de colisiones entre satélites y la generación de desechos espaciales son amenazas reales que debemos abordar de manera conjunta. Por eso, la cooperación entre países se torna crucial. Al compartir datos y recursos, podemos mejorar nuestra capacidad para detectar y seguir objetos en el espacio, reduciendo así el riesgo de incidentes catastróficos. Además, el monitoreo de las maniobras de los satélites es esencial para proteger nuestras actuales y futuras capacidades espaciales y garantizar su uso responsable. Esto no solo implica proteger nuestra infraestructura crítica, sino también cumplir con las regulaciones internacionales y promover la transparencia entre naciones.
En un país de contrastes geográficos como el nuestro, desde los áridos desiertos del norte hasta los glaciares del sur, la conectividad es más que un lujo. Es una necesidad fundamental. La pandemia del COVID-19 subrayó esta realidad, revelando cuán vital es mantenernos conectados para superar juntos los desafíos. La fibra óptica ha sido un avance significativo, pero sus hilos no llegan a todos los rincones de Chile. Aquí es donde la tecnología satelital se convierte en un puente crucial hacia la inclusión digital. Imaginen comunidades en lugares remotos accediendo a telemedicina, permitiendo diagnósticos y consultas sin la necesidad de viajar largas distancias. Piensen en niños y jóvenes de estas zonas recibiendo educación de calidad a través de teleeducación, preparándonos para un futuro prometedor. Además, nuestra historia ha sido marcada por emergencias naturales, como terremotos y tsunamis, que han desafiado nuestra resiliencia. Las comunicaciones satelitales ofrecen una red de seguridad, manteniendo abierta la línea de comunicación cuando más lo necesitamos, asegurando la coordinación de rescate y apoyo a las comunidades afectadas. Integrar grandes capacidades en lugares remotos mediante un sistema nacional unificado no es solo un proyecto, es un paso hacia adelante en nuestra misión de cerrar la brecha digital. La capacidad satelital no solo robustece nuestra red de telecomunicaciones frente a desastres, sino que también facilita actividades remotas esenciales como la educación y la salud, desde cualquier lugar de nuestro territorio nacional, democratizando el acceso a servicios que antes estaban limitados por la geografía. Con este enfoque, Chile no solo enfrenta sus desafíos geográficos y sociales, sino que también se posiciona como un líder en tecnología, innovación y resiliencia, demostrando que incluso frente a adversidades podemos mantenernos unidos y fuertes.
El término Space Domain Awareness, también conocido como conciencia del dominio espacial, es esencial para resguardar la seguridad y la eficiencia de las operaciones espaciales. Este concepto se refiere a la habilidad de monitorear y comprender el entorno espacial, incluyendo la posición, velocidad y movimiento de los objetos en órbita alrededor de la Tierra. Esto mediante la identificación, caracterización y entendimiento de cualquier factor asociado al dominio del espacio que pueda afectar o impactar las operaciones espaciales de un país. La actividad humana en el espacio está en su punto más alto, con más satélites, misiones y basura espacial que nunca. Sin una adecuada conciencia del espacio, corremos el riesgo de colisiones catastróficas y conflictos potenciales, lo que pudiese traer consecuencias para distintas naciones. Además, es importante destacar que el espacio es un recurso compartido y la colaboración entre naciones es esencial para mantener un entorno espacial seguro y sostenible. Es por esto que varios países han tomado la iniciativa de capacitar y entrenar a otros, con el fin de contar con la cooperación internacional en el cuidado del espacio. Es en este contexto que el Grupo de Operaciones Espaciales ha intentado ser partícipe en esta área y actualmente busca convertirla en una parte esencial de la organización. El GOE ha participado en ejercicios internacionales de manera presencial y virtual que involucran la conciencia del dominio espacial, por ejemplo, SACTI o Panamá, y también ha realizado experimentos con organizaciones amigas para incrementar los conocimientos del área. Asimismo, hemos capacitado a personal en el área de SDA mediante cursos en el extranjero y estamos en proceso de continuar con la adquisición de conocimientos, con la experimentación y el trabajo colaborativo.
Por eso, la cooperación entre países se torna crucial. Al compartir datos y recursos, podemos mejorar nuestra capacidad para detectar y seguir objetos en el espacio, reduciendo así el riesgo de incidentes catastróficos. Además, el monitoreo de las maniobras de los satélites es esencial para proteger las actuales y futuras capacidades. Esto no solo implica proteger nuestra infraestructura crítica, sino también cumplir con las regulaciones internacionales y promover la transparencia entre naciones.
En un país de contraste geográfico, desde los áridos desiertos del norte hasta los glaciares del sur, la conectividad es más que un lujo. Es una necesidad fundamental. La pandemia del COVID-19 subrayó esta realidad, revelando cuán vital es mantener conectados. satelital se convierte en un puente social hacia la sociedad. Requiere comunidades accediendo a telemedicina, permitiendo diagnósticos y consultas sin la necesidad de viajar largas distancias. Piensen en niños y jóvenes de estas zonas recibiendo educación de calidad a través de teleeducación, preparándonos para un futuro prometedor. Además, nuestra historia ha sido marcada por emergencias naturales, como terremotos y tsunamis, que han desafiado nuestra resiliencia. Las comunicaciones satelitales ofrecen una red de seguridad, manteniendo abierta la línea de comunicación cuando más lo necesitamos, asegurando la comunicación de los planos no es solo un proyecto, es un paso hacia adelante en nuestra misión de cerrar la brecha digital. La capacidad satelital no solo robustece nuestra red de telecomunicaciones frente a desastres, sino que también facilita actividades remotas y esenciales, como la educación y la salud, desde cualquier lugar del territorio nacional, democratizando el acceso a servicios que antes estaban limitados por la geografía. Con este enfoque, Chile no solo enfrenta sus desafíos geográficos y sociales, sino que también se posiciona como un líder en tecnología, innovación y resiliencia, demostrando que incluso frente a adversidades podemos mantenernos unidos.
término Space Domain Awareness, también conocido como conciencia del dominio espacial, es esencial para resguardar la seguridad y la eficiencia de las operaciones espaciales. Este concepto se refiere a la habilidad de monitorear y comprender el entorno espacial, incluyendo la posición, velocidad y movimientos de los objetos en órbita alrededor de la Tierra. Esto mediante la identificación, caracterización y entendimiento de cualquier factor asociado al dominio del espacio que pueda afectar o impactar las operaciones de medición. Los satélites, misiones y basura espacial general. Sin una adecuada conciencia del espacio, corremos el riesgo de colisiones catastróficas y conflictos potenciales, lo que pudiese traer consecuencias para distintas naciones. Además, es importante destacar que el espacio es un recurso compartido y la colaboración entre naciones es esencial para mantener un entorno espacial seguro y sostenible. Es por esto que varios países han tomado la iniciativa de capacitar y entrenar a otros, con el fin de contar con la cooperación internacional en el cuidado del espacio. Es en este contexto que el Grupo de Operaciones Espaciales ha intentado ser partícipe en esta área y actualmente el GOE ha participado en ejercicios internacionales de manera presencial y virtual que involucran la conciencia del dominio espacial, por ejemplo, SACTI o Panamá, y también ha realizado experimentos con organizaciones amigas para incrementar los conocimientos del área. Asimismo, hemos capacitado a personal en el área de SEA mediante cursos en el extranjero y estamos en proceso de continuar con la adquisición de conocimientos, con la experimentación y el trabajo colaborativo.
En un mundo cada vez más dependiente de la tecnología espacial, la colaboración internacional se ha vuelto una necesidad ineludible. Nuestros satélites no solo facilitan nuestras comunicaciones, sino que también son vitales para la navegación, gestión de desastres, observación del clima o inclusive seguridad nacional. Sin embargo, con el aumento de la actividad espacial, surgen desafíos significativos. El riesgo de colisiones entre satélites y la generación
1, 2, 3, 4, ¿sí? ¿Escuchan bien? ¿Se escucha bien? Estamos a un par de minutos de comenzar. 1, 2, 3, 4, estoy probando para ver si me escuchan. Recuerden, es un aparato que tiene infrarrojo, tiene que tener, no lo pueden meter dentro del bolsillo porque van a perder la señal. Lo más expuesto posible hacia afuera. ¿Cómo están? Buenas tardes. Espero que estén escuchando bien. ¿Se escucha bien el fondo? ¿Sí? Gracias y pedir disculpas por la espera, pero es necesaria y también es bueno.
To be able to enjoy presentation of this type in Fidae 2024. We want to present a specialist in space transport. He was the last non-American astronaut to fly one of these. He was part of the Italian Air Force, more than 50 different types of airplanes. He has an award from the Italian government and also for space exploration. So we would like to present and thanking all of you for waiting and apologizing for the wait. The floor is yours, General Roberto Victori. Welcome.
So we are late, therefore I will keep it short, especially because to fly in space, if we would have a rocket, it takes only 8 minutes and 40 seconds. So it's what I will use in order to share with you some experience, and it's a pleasure and honor for me to be here in Santiago al Fidae. It's really a beautiful opportunity to value aerospace and space. Let's see if I have the slide. This is a picture of the International Space Station. So I am an astronaut of the Italian Space Agency. I have flown 3 times in space, twice on board of the Soyuz and once on board of the Space Shuttle. Altogether, I've stayed in space for about a month. In fact, I flew primarily short-duration missions. On board of the International Space Station, you have 2 types of missions, the so-called short duration, that's about a couple of weeks, long duration, that is instead about 6 months. What you see here is the beautifulness of what we have done in the last 26 years. The first element was sent up in 1998. It is like a giant Lego. It's a cooperation between the former Soviet Union, today Russia, NASA, Europe, Japan, and Canada. And it's an unbelievable marvel of modern engineering. In 13 years, no accident whatsoever. Almost inconceivable. And the finish up of the station was in 2011. So 98 to 2011, the most complex operation humankind ever did. Consider that each of those modules are built in different parts of the world, and it's remarkable that, for example, some are built in the former Soviet Union with technology, culture, language, very different, if not opposite, of the one on the other side of the world, particularly the US. And the first time that they get together is in space, orbiting at 27,000 kilometers per hour, that is 8 kilometers per second. So all the interfaces, all the protocols, different power systems, everything is different, and magically they come together. This has been done for 13 years continuously with no accident. Incredible success. The other side of the coin is the cost, huge cost, and the time is also very long. So the International Space Station is a good example of the classical approach to space. Very different from what will be the future. The future is different. The future is the space economy, a new space economy. The future starts with innovation. The future starts with startup. The future is one of the reasons for which Fidae is important, because it's important to start again from the university, from the ideas, trying and keep trying until you succeed. Obviously, we all know Elon Musk, regardless whether you like it or not, is changing the way we approach space. The classical approach is based on successes. We want to have successes. His approach is based on failures. He is intentionally pushing each prototype to the limit so that he can learn for the next step forward. Almost inconceivable as an approach, but When the first time I heard that he was trying to land the first stage of a rocket, I said, well, he may succeed, but we won't be viable from a commercial standpoint. I was wrong. If you look it up on the web, their statistic is incredible, the way they are reusing the first stage of the rocket. So going back to my 26 years of experience, that is the reason for which I have lost the countdown, so somebody has to keep me honest on the time. The International Space Station is the best example of the classical approach, and this is the beautifulness of the planet as seen from the window of the International Space Station. We all know that the Earth is beautiful. What is difficult to convey in words, how deep is the positive sensation when flying in space, International Space Station, 400 kilometers on top of Earth, you look down, what you see is not only beautiful, it's something that is filling not only your eyes, but your heart. It's positive energy. The blue planet transmits positive energy. And I wish we could be there for the three-dimensional effect is absolutely breathtaking, nothing that pictures can attempt to reproduce. Now, in order to go up, in my case, either shuttle or Soyuz. This is the Russian Soyuz, 55 meters tall, taking off from Baikonur, landing in the deserts of Kazakhstan. Incredible machine. Beautiful, very reliable, not comfortable, especially for the re-entry. I never experienced something so severe, extreme as the re-entry on the Soyuz. At a certain point, I was absolutely sure that we were going to die, if not already dead. It's a free fall coming down from 100 kilometers with a continuous braking effect, with the friction of the atmosphere. Strong survivability of the capsule, but maneuverability is an unknown word to the Russian style. So until you have the parachute that's open, you are there for the ride, a free fall just from about 100 kilometers. And guess what? Once the parachute opens, it's not the end of the story, because the capsule is about 1.5 ton, slowed down from 220 meters per second to 90 meters per second in a split of second. And at that point, you have the impression to be in a washing machine. American commander correctly defined the re-entry on the Soyuz as being on a barrel. The barrel is falling down from the Niagara Falls, and by the way, you are in flames. And that's inside the incredible, very safe, very reliable, but again, not extremely comfortable. When I think about my re-entry on board of the Soyuz, I think about people that is talking about space tourism. Well, be my guest and enjoy the ride. It's more an extreme sport. And this is instead on the other side. So for me, two options, either Soyuz or the shuttle. Shuttle, beautiful machine. Looks like an aircraft, obviously is taking off the wrong way. I would expect to take off from a runway. Instead, when in 2011 I had the pleasure, the honor to be on the second to last shuttle flight, the first very strange thing is how to get to your seat. You are sitting on your back. You walk on the back of the seats. You strap in, and what is different from the Soyuz? Soyuz liquid engines, you can, like the vehicle, speed up, slow down. In the case of the shuttle, three engines, yes, they are also liquid, but the two main engines are solid. That means that once they lit, you're along for the ride. And while the Soyuz, it's pretty smooth and comfortable going up, and it's severely difficult coming back. For the shuttle, it's the other way, upside down. So for the shuttle, once you lift a solid rocket booster, you are there for the ride. Whatever happened, there is no way they can control that thing. In fact, inside the orange tank, there was an explosive charge, And if they would have lost control, the only way to save the people on the ground it was to blow up everything. Soyuz is very different. Soyuz, you can save the crew at any stage of the flight. Pro and cons. Soyuz, very small, very uncomfortable, especially for the re-entry. The shuttle, pretty capable, 20,000 kilo was the payload capability. Incredibly smooth in coming back, tough going up. But you know, when you lift off, you are rested. So in a way, it's a little easier to ride on the shuttle on the Soyuz. And the best combination would be going up with the Soyuz and come back with the shuttle. Even if, I need to say, you see the complexity of the space shuttle cockpit, it looks very similar to an aircraft. In fact, it is an aircraft, flies as an aircraft. And that was the way we have been flying for the last 20 plus years. This is how we fly now. And please don't forget that the shuttle is no longer flying. The reason for which the shuttle is no longer flying as a motivation that is focusing on one date, the 1st of February 2003 with the tragic accident of the SES-107, the shuttle Columbia. At that point, the US understood that the shuttle was more complex than they would ever expect, despite 30 years were already gone. They realized that there was a missing piece on their side about the beautifulness of the aerothermodynamics of the shuttle that has been for 30 years treated more like a satellite. So they decided to take the most difficult decisions of the history of the US space program, close the shuttle. And that was extremely significant from all standpoints. So the 2003 was the accident. A few other shuttle flights had to be completed in 2011. The program closed down. And the closing of the program was really, from all aspects, a traumatic effect. 10,000 engineers at NASA got laid off from one day to the other. The housing market collapsed. Now, this is a Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 was, on top there is the Crew Dragon, was one of the two competitors in the bid that were trying to give NASA in the US access to space after the space shuttle. The other partner was Boeing. Boeing is still trying to get its first spacecraft in space, SpaceX instead. The former startup. So Boeing was 100,000 employees. SpaceX was a couple of thousand. Incredible, the force of innovation and the start of the space economy, the new space economy. So I like to characterize the transition from the classical approach to the new space economy approach around the tragic end of the program. And it is very sad to me because I am a pilot. I believe the shuttle is simply arrived earlier than its time. I truly believe that Elon Musk is wrong. And the future will be with aircraft becoming spacecraft, not in rockets that are becoming aircraft, the way he's trying to do. But so far, he's very successful, and I hope he will continue to be successful because I want to fly a fourth time. And I hope to fly it on the Starship that is giant like a space shuttle even more, but with no wings. When you come back from space, the upper part is survival, the lower part is maneuverability. And for the upper part, Starship is pretty strong. For the lower part, there is a missing item, that is the wings. The Starship does not have wings, so Elon Musk is betting on artificial intelligence to do something that human brain, human pilots could never do, to get a free-falling object into a small, soft landing. Impossible from an aeronautical standpoint, but I really hope that he will prove me wrong, and I keep training in order to get to the day where we all could fly on that giant spaceship. For the moment, it's successfully flying. This is very similar to the Soyuz. It's about the same height, the rocket Falcon 9. And oh, by the way, the first stage is is coming back, is reusable. And that's the inside. Soyuz 3 people, Shuttle 7. In the case of Crew Dragon is 4, you can get up to 8. But so far they haven't flown only on the configuration. And that is, this I use, rockets a one-way ticket, you lose the majority of the rocket that is fuel, that is engines, that's all that remains. And shuttle instead, it's, hold on, that's the shuttle instead is more like a pickup truck, 20,000 kilos, and that is inside the International Space Station. I am running out of time, so that is the picture that I like to close up this opportunity. First of all, thank you for giving me the privilege to share with you a little bit of my experience, very short, concise, but again, if we would go to space, 8 minutes and 50 seconds would be all that we need. Thank you so much. Space is our future. Thank you.
Agradecemos y damos un aplauso más grande también. Repetimos el aplauso al general de brigada de Ejército también del Aire, Roberto Vittori.
Thank you. Anybody has any questions? We have open mic for questions.
No, está escuchando.
So I am always late. I was trying to be on time for the first time. You are forcing me to be late. Okay, all right, I'll be late.
I'm sorry. Could it be one question?
Oh yeah. No. I have all the time that you want, but I don't want to interfere with the program. Okay, let's yeah.
¿Qué sentías en el momento de despertar en el espacio, en el momento de abrir los ojos?
What did you feel at the moment when you were in space? Gravity changes everything. What would you feel when you woke up in space?
Waking up or opening the eyes outside the atmosphere in space. In reality, in my case, was not the moment I woke up, but after taking off on board of the Soyuz, for the initial part, the capsule is protected with a structure that is disconnected along the ride. So the very first time that you see the planet from outside is at that very moment when explosive charges remove the protective cap on top of the Soyuz. And with your eyes, you see the planet that is slowly going away. That's absolutely breathtaking and beautiful.
Hola Roberto, mucho gusto. Quería consultar.
I would like to ask regarding a trend that happened in the last years regarding the space planes. That comes after the special transporters, which is the Dream Chaser program that is now led by the European agency with the Prime project. What are your opinions on this, and what are your expectations? Is another space shuttle going to arrive now and be launched?
You're asking about European Space Agency?
The Pride program.
Space Rider Pride program.
Yeah.
So Space Rider, the question is about a European Space Agency program, Space Rider. I personally don't believe in Space Rider because, as I was trying to explain, when you come back in the upper part is survival. So in the upper part, you are slowed down. There is an atmosphere that is breaking your speed. You go from 8,000 meters per second down to 220 meters per second. So you have to survive, and the interaction is so severe that the surrounding generate plasma. It's 1,000, 1,500 degrees. The upper part is survival. The lower part, however, is maneuverability, okay? So in the lower part, you have to have an efficiency, maneuverability. There is a number that is called efficiency that will permit you to land somehow, okay? So configurations that survive and are not maneuverable are possible, like the capsule, but you need a parachute, okay? So you are either Elon Musk and you can prove what is impossible, or you are on the wrong track.
Muchísimas gracias. Una vez más, denme un aplauso. Muchísimas gracias por esta presentación, por las preguntas. Y queremos...
Thank you so much for your presentation, for the questions. Let's follow with the agenda. And I would like to thank also the General of Brigade, Roberto Vittori. And right now, I would like to introduce you to the next person that is presenting. He's the Air Marshal Andrew Turner. He has a master's in international relations and strategic studies. And he works in the Air Force, where he worked for 37 years, co-founder and executive of Space Foresight. And he was also actively involved in the creation of the Space Command of the United Kingdom's Air Marshal. And with you, Air Marshal Andrew Turner, with Latin America into space strategy, plans, priorities, and partners. Big round of applause for Air Marshal Andrew Turner, please.
Does this work? Yes.
Fantastic. Is that
Yeah.
speaking okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, can I just quickly check that you can hear me speaking now? You can. Fantastic. Great. Well, listen, firstly, congratulations to Roberto. Superb career, and I hope you fly again. As pilots, we all hope to get in the sky and breathe the air once more if we can, but the very best of luck and a great pitch. A very difficult pitch to follow as a second presenter, but I'm here to give you some ideas about what mistakes we've made in the United Kingdom in forming our space endeavors, the enterprise, industry, military capabilities, and where I think Latin America has tremendous advantage and opportunities to make very big and fast progress, where we have failed, I think, to make some big steps. In the end, I am going to tell you that this is the answer. So those who want to go or fall asleep, feel free to go or fall asleep. But the key for me is visionary leadership, and I don't mean that from the likes of General Sires, I mean that from the President and the Prime Minister. The second one is ruthless prioritization. It's impossible for any nation to do everything, so you have to pick. And in picking, you're deciding more what you're not going to do, rather than what you are going to do. And lastly, it's all about partnerships. As Roberto has already covered, space is infinite and expanding. The opportunities there are infinite and expanding, and the way to secure advantage is to go with others and not on your own. And I think that is the opportunity for Latin America more than anything else. But why is this important? 3 big reasons, I think. Firstly, as the former head of the Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom, the opportunities of conflict in space are large and growing. We all hope and pray that that is not the case. But we have to expect that this is a realistic possibility, if not a probability in time. There is argument that the shooting down of the Arrow missile over Israel about 6 months ago in November of 2023 was the first space conflict operation, but I think it's likely that there'll be increasing numbers of this. And if you were listening to General Saltzman in Colorado Springs this morning talking about the rising tide of conflict in space, then you're not far off. So it's likely that we'll need to configure for protecting space capabilities, services and assets, and our ability to get between the Earth and space. Secondly, you will have seen probably the World Economic Forum report, the document in the center that was published on Monday, the 8th of April 2024. Its assessment with McKinsey about how it sees the global space economy growing. And the big answer is it's growing to $1.8 trillion by 2030. That is an enormous number. It's a huge figure. And it's something that I think the Latin American countries, industry and nations can all seize and take a part of on the way. So I think it's important for the nations as they see it, not to see space as some scientific project. It's not about experimentation. It's about industrialization, and it's about humanity and our expanding horizon about what is possible for our mankind and human race to do into the future. Lastly, the last point is this picture on the right-hand side. It is unimaginable what it would be like to have a day without space services. Almost nobody understands quite the gravity and penetration of space into our daily lives, but it runs the traffic lights, it runs hospital dialysis machines, it runs the financial sector, it allows petrol to come out of petrol pumps, it is invested across every aspect of our lives. So great is the consequence of a day without space that the London insurance market will not offer insurance to companies for a day without space because the value and the cost is so great that you can't secure a premium for that risk. It's just an interesting idea that we look at space as some sort of clever science experiment, but in reality, it is fundamentally enabling our lives as we find and see them today. So what should we do about that? Firstly, visionary leadership is crucial, and it must be from the top. Nations need to adopt space as a national policy priority. This must come at the center of every nation's thinking, because its space, as I just said, penetrates education, transport, finance, manufacturing, industry, bioscience, pharma, defense and security. It is everywhere. So nations need a policy for space just as it has a policy for immigration and finance and economics and poverty eradication. It is a crucial national policy. It is, in my view, nations should identify gross domestic product targets for the space economy, just like it does for building houses, students in education, the number of births, the fecundity of a society. GDP should be at the heart of the national space policy priority, just as it should be for security. My view is that security is undermined to a certain extent by space because of what's going on by other space nations. But the other thing which is interesting, and to a certain extent Roberto's just touched on it, the beauty and the creativity and the imagination that you gain from space. It is generally the case now that our imagination is the limit of where we can go. Technology has generally gone beyond and past where we are creatively thinking. So if you can imagine it, it is probably possible. It is also important not just to publish a strategy, which is very easy to write. You can do it over a weekend, 30 pages, lots of glossy pictures. The really, really difficult bit is to write a plan. A plan is the attribution of time, your capability priorities, people, and the priority you'll give it in government. So the plan is more important, in fact, than the strategy. You need a strategy, but you can do that in a weekend. But the plan will show how national financial resources are allocated to this sector of activity. So planning is crucial to all the things that the armed forces, the military do, but it's rarely enacted in civil government to the degree to which it's required in space. You need to be thinking long and hard. That plan should identify targets for the whole of government. I'm a helicopter pilot, so I don't like noise. But that plan should identify targets for the whole of government. The finance department needs targets for tax incentives, for tax-free states, for affording opportunity for migration inwards of scientific capabilities. The plan also needs to go into defense, obviously. But the homeland is all about security. It's also about trade. How is this national enterprise going to make money for the nation? It's through trade, primarily. Transportation. This is a method through which we can increase the density on our waters, on our rail systems, on our motorways, but also in space and in aerospace. Lastly, at the origin of it all is a plan for education. Getting children interested in science, technology, engineering and maths, growing them through into a number of first degrees, publishing papers, building PhD candidates, financing the university system so that we can build the ideas and then deploy them into enterprise along there. Lastly, these two are connected. To develop a space strategy in a nation that is on one hand military and on the other hand civil and commercial is an erroneous error. The idea that you can separate the military in space from civil and commercial interests and activities is an error. The GPS satellites that are today guiding weapons for the United Kingdom into the Houthis in northern Yemen or supporting hostile conflicts around the world are the same GPS satellites that are giving timing signals so you can buy milk in the supermarket. It is an integrated, inseparable activity. The electro-optic satellites that are providing images for targets for the armed forces around the world are also the ones that you use to avoid traffic to get to here today. They're inseparable. My idea is that there are only 4 things in space which are military only. Everything else is dual use. The 4 things are one-way hypersonic aircraft. The second one is offensive EW payloads. The third one is nuclear weapons in space, because I just don't see a requirement for those in the future, except and unless one is defending against asteroids or other long-range potential threats to the Earth itself. And lastly is the idea of physical attack weapons, inter-satellite, inter-geospatial capability weapons that have no place or purpose in a civil and commercial sector. So we should see everything in space as civil and commercial. In America, where they have the US Space Force, NASA, and industry, they would say it's tri-use, not dual use. So in UK, it's just dual use. And so a single space budget is important here. One entity that's going to provide the money, a single distribution system, and a national policy priority to bring it all about. Defense always wants more, never has enough people, always wants more capability, is always after the latest, newest, sexy toy. They always want more, but defense needs to choose. Defense can't have everything. So you've got to decide what you're not going to do as much as what you are going to do. And importantly, I think these top line are the things that nations should focus on to retain sovereignty as a state. Secure the idea of time, GPS time. UK has just started a new program to secure a national sovereign time program based in space. Diverse your communications and connectivity around data, voice, and transmissions. And finally, build insight. Insight is about space domain awareness. And if you have the capacity to, space situational awareness from orbit into orbit is also something one should focus on. I think if geography permits, launch is a fundamental part of your national space program. And I think Chile and most of the South American nations have an opportunity. So Latin America should be thinking it can develop 10 or 12 spaceports, not rely on French Guiana as an own and sole continental operation. But there's lots of opportunities here. And then this is where creativity sits. What else could be done? There's an active conversation in London about moving all of banking. That's the whole of Rothschilds, Lazars, HSBC, Citibank, whole of banking into space. There's an idea that the internet should be in space. Why? Because it's a large part of the global electrification is required to cool data centers. If you put it in space, give it some UV to power the connectivity, then suddenly, it's not so much of a burden on the Earth's surface and therefore climate change. But digital twins are possible. If you join immediate electro-optic imagery of the nation, connect it with your Internet of Things, all of a sudden everything that is moving or man-made on the Earth is visible. It is a form of a global, live digital twin. That's possible today, and there's a company I'm working with that is delivering that today. Lastly, space energy. 1.8 trillion tons of watts arrive at the Earth every day from the sun. That is 50,000 times greater than the world's electrical energy demand in 2050. Those are big numbers. What is hitting us is 50,000 times greater than what the Earth needs in 20 years' time, 25 years' time. So launching the Space Energy Initiative, collecting UV, rectifying it into microwave energy, dropping it onto the Earth, converting it to DC, converting to AC, pumping into the grid, is a program that United Kingdom is working with Saudi Arabia and a few other nations too. But this is something Latin America could embark on if you wanted to look at something that's unusual and different. And lastly, none of this is possible on our own. It's all about partnerships. At the same time, there's a big commercial opportunity here. Firstly, as I've mentioned about the finance departments, we need new and different financial regulations to incentivize the space sector in each of your nations. That's straightforward. It'd be useful if you could center your enterprise and industry on single points of reference where nations can build ecosystems of university graduates, industrial manufacturing, space apprenticeships, PhDs into products that can go to space. So centers of excellence are really helpful. This also takes you to what is it that you are going to build as a series of capabilities? Is it banking? Is it in-space manufacture? Are you going to be doing remote proximity operations and docking? Is your technology that you're going to be doing earth sensing, connectivity, space internet, banking? All of this needs to be captured in that plan I talked of before. And only when you have a plan does money that is spent go in the right direction. My view is that nations should be focusing on the downstream. It's great to speak to astronauts, look at rockets, but the majority of the GDP that is generated in space is downstream, not upstream. So if you want to have a light touch investment in space to grow a nation's capability, then focus on the downstream. Use the data that others are collecting to make agriculture, fishing, border security, banking, manufacture, all make those things positive, rather than necessarily building rockets and having astronaut programs. It is absolutely vital to have a long game about skills, intellectual property, and building this sense that industry and academia are connected strongly, because that's the way that we'll grow things into the future. And lastly, again, it's all about partnerships. Nothing in the United Kingdom is done without there being a commercial partnership of some form, a joint venture. But in the finance industry, we're constantly looking at equity partners, debt partners, grant funding, government money as a way to build financial strength and depth. But at the same time, we're also doing that technically. So you've seen in America and other nations, companies that are normally enemies on the commercial battle space become partners in space because it is just so big. At the same time, academic partnerships, perhaps with a Catholic University in Santiago and Imperial University in London, might be a way, to gather some interesting capabilities that are international by nature. And same, I think, in the armed forces, the only way to make big ground and move fast is to be working closely together. So these are some of those partnerships. Most nations that I've spoken to have got one or two of the top three. They have either ambition, cash, or expertise, but quite often they don't have all three. So there's a way in which nations can join together to plug gaps that they're missing. There are Middle Eastern countries that have a great deal of money, lots of ambition, but no knowledge. At the same time, there are countries without cash, but they've got ambition and expertise. Finding these natural partnerships where everybody wins is the key. I've mentioned before, but dual use is often used as a reason why we should not be working together. The armed forces and commerce are not easy bedfellows, but my sense is that if you understand space, you know that everything apart from those four things are dual use already. So we need to be closer with our military, needs to be closer with our civil and commercial partners to ensure you maximize the most from the national investment. Joint ventures are key, cash capability and clients, no question, and so is around defence. I was the United Kingdom's leader on the Combined Space Operating Nations Initiative for 3 years. The 7 nations are now 10, but why wouldn't the CSPO now be 50 nations? Why wouldn't Chile be part of the CSPO once its space enterprise has grown adequately? Same, why wouldn't there be 10 nations in Latin America that gather together to become a Latin American Space Alliance? Why wouldn't that be a thing? Why couldn't you share launch and EO communications and timing together as a continental ambition? It just requires visionary leadership to get that going. And not unquestionably, we're better internationally together, which is why I am here, and I'm sure that's why Roberto is here. I told you these were my conclusions, but most of you have stayed here, which is nice. So visionary leadership from the top, President and Prime Minister, not head of the Air Force, not the head of the Army. My view is that the Navy will lose at sea if they do not win in space first. I think the Army will lose on the battlefields everywhere if they're unable to understand what space is giving them and they don't protect it. My sense is that the space is the joint glue, is the blood inside the arteries of how the armed forces should work together. Space is that convening, cajoling, and also cementing entity. But you can't do everything, so nations need to think together. What are they going to do and what are they not going to do? And finally, as I've made, partnerships are crucial. Last point I want to say is to say thank you to General Size. I think this has been an outstanding conference. It's been a most amazing organization. The content, the subjects have been first class. I'm glad this is the third. There'll be many more to follow. But thank you very much indeed to General Size and everybody else before. Thank you.
Le damos un aplauso grande para despedir.
A big applause to say goodbye to Andrew Marshall. Do you have any questions? He says that he's also waiting for the coffee break, so let's go ahead and enjoy the coffee break. A big applause for him. Thank you. And now we want to tell you that let us take a picture. Let's see if we can take a picture. Now we invite you to have a coffee break outside. And during 10 minutes, and then we come back to the second part of this afternoon. You're all invited. Thank you.
Al éxito. Access Networks Beyond Limits.
Hindsight is 20/20. Foresight is a superpower. Black sky. Today, the speed of space-based intelligence meets the urgency of the moment. Unexpected events around the globe suddenly That's why Black Sky is relied upon to be fast, focused, and flexible. Immediate insights are only possible when monitoring is very frequent and very fast. Our unconventional system-driven automation help you get answers in minutes. It's that rapidly influence changes and anomalies. Intelligence only matters.
Está bien aquí a esta distancia, ¿cierto?
Párate a esa distancia. Ahí estamos perfectos.
Ya, excelente. Y el control, ¿no?
Y ahí está el presentador.
Ok, perfecto.
A 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, testing. Can you hear me? Yes? Can you hear me? Good. Yeah, let's hope that you put your earphones. We have naval guests with us today. You have to unplug and then let's see the rest. I want to know if you can listen to me, those that you listening to me. Yes, the coffee break, was it good? Did you enjoy that? Have you had a good time so far? This presentation is going to be very good, so it's very recommendable. At the end of the presentation, this is being transmitted, is hosted in the YouTube channel of the Air Forces. We're going to have the chance of asking questions, and let's hope it is as interactive as possible. And I'm happy that we are all taking part of this 2024. I would like to introduce now to Dr. Rodrigo Mendoza Sanchez. The University Catholic of Temuco has been working in the digital area for the remote archaeological sites. I would like to thank his help as well, because he has given me his CV. He works in Tahuatahua, directed by Rafael Labarca, and starting as well the human interaction of the sector, an interaction that we are saying it is like around has been here for many, many years. So Rodrigo Sanchez is going to tell us about it. Thank you. Okay, for me it's a privilege to be here in this space and be able to give visibility to these type of subjects that are really quite not that much seen in the science in general, right? What I'm going to tell you now is related with the space and how, like this, through the images of certain spatial tools, we've been able to move using the archaeological remote supervision, the study of the heritage, and the knowledge of the different elements that integrate all the technologies of the geospace. Okay, this starts in a very funny way, I may say. I'm from a rural location of the south of Chile that is called Guillem, that is in the 9th region. And in this place, we had no internet for a long time. And to be able to obtain internet, I had to go with my friends that are here in a picture with me to design an antenna that could connect us to internet in this area. We didn't find any better thing than manufacturing an antenna with a fried potato packaging to connect to this globalizing world. The different difficulties that imply the rural area made us ask, what do we have? What could be of use? And the privilege of the South, that in terms of the climate made us ask what lightful thing was on the sky. So since we were very, very small, we had an interest for what we had in the space, but life started to move on and change. And in the year 2014, we opened up the archaeology of the University of Temuco. And here we installed the subject of systems of geographical space and the visionary areas that started and say how could this heritage become part of the geographic situation. Did this to be able to integrate new technologies to the study of the archaeological sites. And among that, we had Jimena Navarro, that is a great doctor of archaeology, and asked for permission so they could create this subject in these studies. Dr. Ramiro was one of the first ones that took us to the geospatial technologies development. And our first approach to the technologies in the space was a small drone that back then, I remember, we were talking about 2014, was not that massive, and somehow they allowed us to observe from the space. Not a very high one, but from the height, and observe and look in a different manner to archaeological sites associated to Spanish fortifications in the Tolten River that were the use of a defensive system in the arrival of the Spanish guy to the south of Chile. These are we were going to be able to make a long study, and not only here, but in the Bio Basin. And this was one of the first things that I had to see. This was the first flight of drone that I did see, was the image of Dorten. All of these developed by all the professors. Of course, they're going to be quoted, and a deeper analysis that allowed us to see some quadrangle structures that could be part of an associated structure to these elements of fortification that we were reviewing. Right? Until now, there's a sentence of this teacher that made me think a lot. First, aviation, and then infantry. We, as archaeologists, we need to visit the places and go over big extensions, and many times it cannot be humanly done to cover all the areas to research all these spaces. So this teacher told us, okay, first of all, aviation, because we're going to use images to be able to design and review how we're going to be more efficient. Where can we find another level of probability to be able to find another archaeological site and give a privilege to the research? But before I continue, I would like to clarify some things. What do the archaeologists do? How is this mixing these satellite images? Are we using technologies from the future to the present? What do we do? That's the question. What we do? We're going to start what we are not. We are not paleontologists. We don't study the dinosaurs. We don't look for treasures. We don't. Not gold, not any other thing. We don't. We are not interested in becoming millionaires. And also, we are not people looking for garbage. Like said in a local manner, we don't look for packagings or strange things. What we do is to study the past using the materiality of things that were left behind by societies. You see, we looked even from the smallest thing, put in a cultural context, and this allows us to look for other things. And the use of technology for the study of the past has introduced three types of revolutions I tried to summarize. First of all, the photography, that was a very important element for the development of the archaeology. And the first records were done with photographic cameras that were very basic and old. They were very fastly integrated into the archaeology. And then we looked at the airplanes and the helicopters, but they were, of course, very expensive. And we took an air image to study things. And the evolution of the drones. This allows us to observe sites from above. First of all, we study this from the plant with the drones as well. And we have a series of technologies that are associated to the use of the satellite for the detection of archaeological sites. There's an image that was discovered by this type of tools because this allows us to go over the forest layer. How do we integrate this? There's a very interesting job where we use models of artificial intelligence with satellite images to detect more than 150 guesses of some signs that are written down. And thanks to that, we were able to detect and give a new record to these structures as the Nazca lines, as we know them today, but new of another detail. And the uses that are the most interesting ones of this use of technology is leaving a site and going over the forest layer, and we are able, therefore, to see things that have been hidden and things that have not been yet discovered. How do we integrate this job for what I do and with what I do? The Taguatagua River is a lake, in fact, is extinct now. In 1841, a genius said we have to desiccate this lake because we need land to harvest. And with dynamite, created a channel and generated an evacuation of this lake. Nowadays, the Taguatagua is seen like this. All the culture became something different, and when we desiccated this, we started having some deposits. And this took a long time because this made us think about what was going on. In this point here, I integrate to the Rafael Labarca project with a multidisciplinary and the dynamics of the society associated to the lake. And posing a mission with the paleo beaches of the lake. That is the beaches and that created the contour of the lake. And for this mission, through a Chilean company that is called Imagine IT, we acquired images of resolution of 5 meters of the airbus, and then coming to a hydrological space, somehow we were able to determine what was this section of the image that we were able to study. And here we have a temporary summary, and we're talking about this lake. This lake was moved, that has been changed and has desiccated for more than 1600 years ago. And this makes us understand the behavior of the different societies and populations that have lived there. How did the human being came there? This is a high resolution image that we obtained. And inside this image that you see, we are able to observe how can we even give a vision of where this lake would be located. And from something specialized, we could locate the place where this could be contained. How much water could it be contained? And through different models, hydrological models, we were able to determine what would happen if the lake was 144 differences, and how would that increase and give the different meters at the level of the sea. This extension is quite interesting because this allows us to understand the dynamic on how people live surrounding the lake. Why? Because most of the places surrounding the lake matches our location model. As you can see, there's a series of archaeological sites of different nature that is very near the lake. And after having solved and seen this question, we have another one, and is where these people lived. How did they live? How they interact? And we pose another challenge. How can we be able to locate the places where these people lived thanks to this satellite image? For this, we have to go back to the past and see how this human group works. And one of the most basic things, depending on the archaeology, are the sides of the rocks. The sides of the rocks and the wings of the rock are spaces where the hunters constructed their homes. They lived there, they inhabited those places. And this leads us to different conditions. These are not random, of course, because they have to be near water areas, have a good critical mass to consume, and that they're able to be inhabited. And through a diffuse mass, we have a series of variables. We were able to see something depending on some pictures of a rock mass, so we could have an idea where these people are going to live. And through this model, we generated an analysis that allows us to install and detect these spaces that they were able to be inhabited. And I'm going to show them to you right now. This is very interesting, and the most red thing is the one that complies with a 90% of this probability. And here you can see that we have this type of air vision. From the air, we can see a space that is good and is important for life, so people live there. There are other examples. These are more interesting. And we have to remember that this is a great extension, and you can identify these places, and these spaces is essential that they are identified, because this helps us to reduce and see some elements that are detected and that are part of these wing rocks. And what else do we have here? Somehow we can continue researching and focalizing our energy and discovering more things. So, on that sense, it is also important that we talk about the different utilities, the different uses that this could have for the national heritage. Here we can see a space on the screen. We have a tucara here. What is a tucara? It's a defensive structure from the Incas. This is one of the most austral defensive structure that exists in Chile. And not a long time ago, in the Chile appeared a telephony industry installed something in a hole of this heritage structure. What am I trying to say? That the geospatial structure of these satellite images, they can help us to monitor these spaces. And in Chile, all these archaeological elements are protected. And due to a lack of knowledge, and due also to a lack of interest, some things happened as the average. What can be mitigated of these satellite areas? We can protect these heritage after all. We have other examples, of course, that are more important. And at some point, we had the Dakar Rally as some of the vehicles that were over this location. All these elements can be reviewed and studied through satellite images to help this conservation, to help the way we can protect them. This is how it is very important that the spatial systems integrate this heritage variable inside everything that is the geospatial Chilean site, due to the location of the sites, the development of all of this, and also a sentence that is very interesting: we cannot protect what we don't know. So there is no national inventory, there is no identity that can make available these geographical elements to avoid all of that. On that sense of this area, we created Agron, that is a small initiative where we raised some archaeological sites and for this location, and in the development of the heritage through the modeling and the way we raise this precision as well. So we went over like a big area of Chile and making of these type of areas. We pose some challenges. So we have archaeological sites that need to be located, because we need to integrate a public area and that area, and somehow we need to generate an ecosystem. That this is a challenge that we have as a location. And the locational sites, these are part of Vivian. This is something that we've seen before. This is part of the climate change. And to look at the societies, what happened in the past, this can orient us to face our problems to the climate change. All of this is part of the glaciations, the big temperatures, and the climate part, the climate areas, moments where we had changes, environmental changes. And the systematic study and the discovery of these places can help us out in knowing how to face these elements of the climate change. The technology, the geospatial technology, and they offer their services, and this allows us to evaluate, to research an area with a big power. In Chile, these are very pioneer technologies, because there are not many works associated to that. We need to deliver to this discussion. And one, democratization, of course, the costs for the high resolution for a scientific budget is very high. With the purchase of an image, we can even finance a full project. So it's very important to be able to research this type of researchers, and we don't have open data, and we don't have scientific situations. So this is my experience that I wanted to share with you. I do thank you very much for the possibility that you have given me to introduce this rare work, so different what we speak in La Fidae, and I hope you have questions or any comments that you want to share with me. Thank you. Yes? Okay, big applause. How interesting this was. Do you have any question? Do you want to ask any questions to Rodrigo about the technology that they're using on a daily basis? You can raise your hand. Rodrigo, I have some earphones somewhere around channel 1 or 2. There it is. Channel 1 or 2. Channel 1 or 2. Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, correct. In Spanish or English are you listening? Yeah, that happens. Yeah. So there's a question over here. Go ahead. Hello, Rodrigo. Good afternoon. Very good, your presentation. I love the way you use the geographical information for the discovery of the geological sites. And I don't know if you've seen any matter like, I don't know, a meteorite or something like that, or there's any point of technology to give proof of this. Yes, we're talking about everything that I found is through methodologies. It's not like you look at the image, right, as you've seen it here in white images, but there's a series of analyses that need to be done concerning models, concerning geographical sites that can give a way to follow these elements. There's a series of analyses that with all level of clarity can start, can give evidence or clues to look for them. If this is looking for archaeological sites, if that's the case, that's what we want to do. It can be anything, and I was in charge of doing that, but not only that. Many other things. So that's very much for the presentation. I wanted to ask which is the concept that you use to be able to have the tools. We did a purchase. We did a purchase, if I'm not mistaken, through the Pleians system. These are images that are processed in the Razer X, if I'm not mistaken. They generate an elevation model. Hello. How are you? First of all, I loved your presentation. It is a very interesting subject to see how to mix the study of our ancestors, mixing the modern technology. I would like to know, maybe you have discussed this before, you're considering the possibility to create what could be a geological map, or how to change, how have you been changing the Earth and Chile in the old times? I mean, a map in 3D, or how was it now compared to what it was before? Everything is open to be done. These are things that require time, that is true. But then we don't have a lot of people that dedicate to that. Not many of these elements are associated to the defense and the elements and all of that. But yes, all these elements these are not very studied. And we did this with Akron, with a spatial database, to have the protection and the safety of the archaeological sites. You can see that many projects of big investment, they are installed in areas that are of high potential of archaeological sites. And that produces very big losses, because the places where they're protected by law, there are some things that can be differently seen. By lack of knowledge, this is something that happens, and having geological models is something that can make us work with all the problems that are associated to what we currently have. We have to consider that the archaeological sites are always a part of the environment. Before it existed, the state of Chile as such, we use this space. So we have to have that image, how to evolve these areas. I would like to thank Rodrigo Mendoza Sanchez. Rodrigo, thank you so much for the presentation. So thank you so much for everything. Now we leave the floor to more questions if you have any. If not, we are going to go to the next speaker. Our next speaker is, I would like to greet Mr. Rodrigo Casinelli Pariali, a physician of the University of San Carlos, and with a PhD with Federico Santamaria. He's going to talk about USM, CUCSAC team, development and technology in Chile from the year 2019. A big applause for him. Hello. Oh. Hello. Before I start my presentation, I would like to know what about the CubeSats. Do you know them? You know what that is? Okay, so for those that do not know what is the CubeSat, you're going to have the chance of looking to Santa Maria with a multidisciplinary in charge of talking with the CubeSat of the university, the team of students with technology, Chilean technology. Here I show you a prototype, and I'm going to tell you a bit of the study of this and how do we vanquish, first of all, how we were the winners of this year that was performed by the National Institute of Spatial Industries in Brazil. I'm going to share this with you for a study and the prototype to see how we can vanquish this competition. Let's see if we can do something about it. Why to develop this in Sahara University? We have to take a look in this slide, looking to a spatial technology in all of Chile, all together with the national agency and the Morgan Stanley from the year 2016 and 2040. We're going to have an investment of many billions of dollars for different technologies, the internet, and also ground stations and others, the discovery of the images, and again, also the Internet of the Things. We here in Chile, we are used to look at something from the land. Why not to invest and get this, to look at the areas and to look from things from the space? This is one of the things that we are doing in Federico Santamaria, Fernando, and to be in this sector to develop air technology in Chile, to look at the land and to look at the earth. We have some different areas that explore the new space economy and different models of economy in terms of development based on technology, airspace technology, easy gear, and also we see companies as others with the plans of have the situations for the Mars, for the Moon, and we see other companies of that are SpaceX. If they want to colonize Mars, and we have Virgin, we have Orange, and different companies that are investing in this type of technology. And here, we cannot be left aside. We are like with the new spaces and with the new start. Why? Because we can really go and see how we have our own investments, and with this this part here, looking at it to see how we can do this. So, and then why CubeSats? CubeSats, it's a platform that is cheap, and we can use today different tests of sensors. These are used for the way we can we have on the educational projects how to show the satellites, the parts of the satellites, which are the shinings, and which are the different tests that we have, because there's a series of requests that we need to comply with, and we need to test that before we get somewhere. These are things that are going to work. And today we have a platform that is commercial, and we have several companies that are exploring this technology and to see the orbit. And this is what I showed you. These are cubes that are standard, 10 per 10 per 10, and it has a huge maximum weight of 10 kilos. All the dynamic of the structure, they have to be here, and they have to work in the space for a long period of time. And here in the screen, we see some of the most important parts, as the antenna, the camera, the sensor, the different parts that made this this is the question: how to be part through the curve stats. Why? Because these are great and ideal, and also to generate the development for some of the stations that do not have still what they need. This is part of what I said before in the first picture of the first team that made up this idea. I know most probably here we have the unions, and the unions generally we do them in 5 light for the identity of the roto and others to manufacture structure and electronics in different prototypes. The idea of this was also, as well as manufacturing the satellites, also to work with the CubeSats. This is part of the investment where from 2018 we have all the years we have this competition, but in 2021 we had a version, digital version, that was not on site where we were part. But this year, after the pandemics, we were lucky enough to go to Brazil and prove our satellite on site. This competition is divided in 2 parts, and the first part is the basic part that doesn't change with over the years, where once we have constructed our satellite, we're going to simulate the spatial functions and for 5 years. So 30 minutes at low temperature and low temperature, high temperature, but then 5 hours. And then this has to go over these conditions with the space and where it is exposed to the sun or with a part of the Earth. And to know if our satellite survived that shine, once we went over this, we have to withdraw that and send assigned, and then open up a sun bath. Once we have performed this function, we need to send this information so the satellite receives that information. One of the tests that we have to do in the basic part on this competition is this one, and the other one is vibration. And it is going to vibrate with a certain frequency to simulate that, and to know if really that satellite is going to survive that condition. And then the other test, the other stabilization, where we need to twist that satellite. We have to stabilize this satellite, this small one, and put this CubeSat that is described. So this is part of the basis that we need to approve, and this competition would last 4 days, more or less, no more than that. And the last thing is dedicated to the main mission. The main mission here changes everything, and we saw some years where there was a lot of pollution, and the pollution of the water and everything with that satellite had 2 layers to detect and to take a picture and send it for the station, send it to the station. But the competition this year is part of the mission that was completely different. That was the manufacture of the satellite with the capacity to detect failures, because in Brazil, during some tropical storms, we had some lines of equipment and a way to be monitoring this during a tropical storm is to use small satellites and know precisely where this highest is going on, with the size, the format, and the mission, and the design competition to make a satellite with capacity to detect rays in a tropical storm. This was the second version that is virtual, and we were part of it. And this was the first part that we were part of this contest. We really achieved the 5th place, and be part of this already sent us another way of doing things, because in Santa Maria we don't have that degree of spatial engineering, but the fact of having another place as a federal part of ABC, having this spatial contest showed us something very important. So you have a very long degree, and it is a matter of knowing and doing what to do, and it is part of air quality. The first phase, we were part of this contest that was today, same things, and was that. And the second part that we did this was in 2022, and this is for this place. Why? Because this is in virtual ranking. We're the virtual ranking, and this year we were part of this competition in a presential part, in an on-site part. This was on-site. As I said, this was a third cube design to detect the failures, to detect all the structure, and the scheduling, and all these areas. We did this at 100%, and that was in Chile. One of the companies, only one of the companies that we had access to, we bought it abroad, but the 90% is part of what we did here in Chile with Chilean technology and available in the market, in the Chilean market as such. As I told you, the basic part is part of the shaker area, that is the test communication with the sun panel, and to send information for our sun station. And now with the construction of the HyoSat with capacity to detect some things. And here I show you a timeline of some main principles, and we go with a virtual model to have that part of schedule, to do and manufacture things, to reach. And here the virtual version, we were testing the panels. As I told you, we bought them outside of Chile, in Chile, Germany, and we manufacture our own electronics with some brands that we have in the university. And then in the last slide here, we were training the software of those sites to recognize. This is like an European agency with the TV-SAT camera looking at the screen. We trained this artificial intelligence to cover up the rates with a tropical storm. And here, what do we see? We see the training on the structure, that it was ready. We did it using aluminum 7075, and with all the requirements that to send all the information to the satellite. In this figure here, I see a bit of the electronics, and this is created and assembled on the satellite, and the superior part here shows us the aluminum, that is the alloy, that is responsible to stabilize the satellites and also change the position from left to right when we want to point out the satellite for a target. So he is the one responsible for making that for a target, for the target that we want to get. And here we have the satellite ready. I'm showing you this already. This is our champ with a cube design of the year 2024. And the last picture here is the team getting ready to travel to Brazil at the start of this year. After testing this with the videos, we wanted to offer like a short video to show a summary of this competition for different areas that we were moving our CubeSat with. I would like to put the videos that possible. So, a summary of the tests that we went over for CubeSat, and let's see here the arrival in Brazil, the first phase of this kit covered view design of KitSat, and a test of stabilization, also with what else? For the status. So all of this with a HANA station that we developed ourselves, and we made the follow-up from there. And then after the test, we always had a meeting of the team, and here we have the X-ray station where the CubeSat was looking at a screen and had to detect if there was any part of the Earth that the machine was going through. This was connected to a computer where we have access to process that data. What else? This is the sun pointing, where this has to go up to, and a lamp, because this has to twist, this has to travel around, and we have to point out the camera with that area. And then, so you understand the generation of electricity through the sun panels of CubeSat, verifying if we can load the batteries of the satellite. Here we have the tests of stabilization, and then problems that always take place. Of course, all the teams had problems, and we have to open up our CubeSat, verify, and see how well the weldings. But we achieved like a part of this competition, and we first of all had to see if that was possible to be done or not. Here we have the thermal dryout test with high temperatures for a certain period of time, and until 5 hours. And then the last three that were the only ones that were done, and this is part of our competition. And the HANA base, this was done with the tools, with the temperature, before putting them here in the thermal base, and the sensors, and the thermal drying. We were able to put it before that. This is quite an important test, and this is part of the standard, and this has to fit in Peapod. If this is not released as it should, it can be done, and this loses the mission. So we have to do it. This is part of the requirements, and this is part of the structure to be able to get. And this is part of the frequency, and this is part of what is going to be done, and this is part of for the space. So going after this test, we were the only team that got to the very end, and we passed all the tests for this competition. And then this is part of the technology. This is part of the Overland, and this has our courses of mine, and we have a lot of experience on that area. This is what is going to be done, and we have a resolution. We have all the recognition that is necessary. We have good universities with good technology, and the CubeSat or the Federico Santa Maria. These are the two first places in this competition, and let's hope that after we have done this, we can do it like with 2 generations of 2 ideas, and we have them here, right? And that could move on, and that could have our startups here in Chile, helping Chile to move on. And with the new space agency, we have a very large structure. The satellite, and it's possible to detect that idea in Chile. And this is a monitor from the areas in the south of Italy. So this is with technology, and that can be done for the Chilean. And this is part of the technology, and we can move on for this spatial thing, and we can have the CEM and the national thing. But from Boric, he also shared that news in the social network. We are all quite famous now because we have the tweet of our president, and from Chile, this was quite a good experience. For the Federico Santa Maria, this was good, as well as for other places, and a way to give contribution to these new people, these young. When we have some workshops, and we have some schools, some governments to spread out the CubeSats, to incentivize this child, and to have these new satellites in the universities and the tests of technology once we go to transfer this knowledge that we are developing for the children, and for other places. This is important for us. Here we made a workshop of water rocket, and then at the end, under the victory of Constantine, we can invite them to see. So we wanted to teach the children what was the satellites about, to give that satellite that is being part of out of the atmosphere. So that is the experience that we're having, and with the spatial thing, and with the Federico Santa Maria, and having a laboratory with a change that is necessary to have the Chilean version that is with Brazil. So we're fighting to have these teams and to see and to inherit the technologies, and to have this competition that is invested in the Chilean versions in the next years to come. So thank you so much for your attention, and thank for all of that. And I really do thank the Air Force. So thank you so much for this session, and let's see if we have a question. Right? Let's see. Thank you so much, Antonio, and the Bio. What is like the budget and the time for your project, and the satellite with the operational system and the TV? What we're creating here 2 meets of the teams, and buying equipment, buying some ideas, and some of the things that we do. But to reach this version, we spent here a lot of effort and money, and we used electronics as Hyper-P, and also the aluminum to construct the technology with an internal thing, and we had time with the 2030 and our university. This was internally done and with what we wanted to do. Okay, so these are the budgets from the university, and with these amounts that is not that high, and here we are betting for what we need to do in agreement with the budget. But in terms of time, these are 3 years. 3 years because we are getting to the operational system. The operational system was another thing for the CubeSat, and also we used unbinding. Here we have another question. Which is your name? My question is concerning the material that you have used for the thermal and electrical side to construct the plate in the difference of temperature and the quality temperature that we have for the 70 part. This is a very important question because we use duroproton, that is a material that is in Chile, and this is the external part, and that part is going to be 1 millimeter or 2 millimeters maximum. We use as an isolator, and this worked very well. And the other thing that we looked at during the processing of the data is the plate generating heat, and this helped us a lot in maintaining the temperature in the SAT and the processing of the data, sending some information, always learning with that and doing things as we should. And this is part of the temperature. We are really using the internal pieces. This is what we're doing. Duroproton and transfers of heat. We have some technicals things, and the low cost is part of the quantification of the engineering and the budgets and the pressures for an empty void and the satellite. But that test that is done, and this is a part of the atmosphere, and this is part of the space. When we have another problem, is something in cold, right? And this was not simulated during the competition. This was not it. These are the questions are very good, and it seems that you have many. Go ahead. Big applause for you. Okay. This was the very beginning, and we are doing this, and we are raising our hands, and we're doing this with a lot of pleasure, and I want you to know. Thank you so much for having participated. It has been a wonderful pleasure. They have been wonderful presentations, and this is we really do thank the Air Force. Thank you so much for being part of this. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. En la entrada.